the day. Order du jour.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders. Le projet de loi C4.
Bill C4. Sebastian's Law, second reading, resuming debate.
Order. When the matter was last before the House, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona had the floor, and there are 14 minutes remaining in the time allotted for his remarks. I therefore call upon the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to continue my presentation on this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, Bill C4 is an amendment. It's the enactment amends the sentencing and general principles of the Youth Criminal Justice Act, as well as its provisions relating to judicial interim release, adult youth sentences, publication bans, and the placement in youth custody facilities. It defines the term violent offense and serious offense and amends the definition of serious violent offense and repeals the definition of presumptive offense. It also requires police forces to keep records of extrajudicial measures issued to deal with young persons. And as I indicated yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we will be supporting this bill to committee, and we are hoping that there will be one or two amendments to the bill. We actually like provisions of this bill. We have some concerns about some of the other parts of it, but overall and on balance, there's some merit to this bill. Mr. Speaker, on February the 4th, 2002, the House of Commons passed Bill C7 with the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and that new law replaced the Young Offenders Act and was proclaimed on April the 1st, 2003. And the Youth Criminal Justice Act builds on the strength of the old act and introduces significant reforms to address its weaknesses. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, we can see that over time legislation does get updated in this House because of changes in society and changes in government. Also, just because in some cases we find things that are not working well with it, and we find that by general consensus that we should improve the legislation. The introduction of the bill followed an extensive period of review and consultation, much of which is reflected in the following reports. There was a review of the Young Offenders Act and the Youth Justice System in Canada, report on the Federal Provincial Territorial Task Force on Youth. There was also a report renewing youth justice, report of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. And there was a strategy for the renewal of youth and justice, and that was a 1998 report. In March of 1999, Bill C-68, the first version of the Youth Criminal Justice Act, was introduced, and Parliament prorogued in June. The bill was reintroduced in C3 in October 1999. The bill proceeded through second reading in Standing Committee on Justice, and prior to third reading, the federal election was called for November 27, 2000, and the bill was delayed. So, Mr. Speaker, we see this sort of the same process here following us through that we had to deal with in previous times, where because of elections, proroguing of houses, we end up starting over. So it's little wonder the public gets frustrated with us when they see that it takes forever. I think they expect immediate responses, and the government's at fault here too, because it promises immediate responses because it governs itself by press release and media events and polling. So something happens in the country and they push the button and put the public relations factory into overdrive and fire up the issue and get some bill thrown up and thrown out here, and then of course nothing happens with it, and of course then they blame the opposition. But the reality is that they, as we know, they only have to blame themselves. There's been many concerns in Canada regarding the Young Offenders Act and the Youth Justice System, and as we'd indicated before, and Bloc member yesterday as well indicated, a lot of the concerns are based upon misconceptions about youth crime, misconceptions about the legislation and how the system operates. Some concerns have been based on the misunderstanding of the limits of the legislation and the unreasonable expectations about the legislation can actually accomplish. And once again, people have this impression that somehow we're going to pass a law and the problem is going to be solved. When we were dealing yesterday on this bill, there was talk about, and one of the very good parts of the bill that we like is the fact that the youth offenders are going to be kept separate. They're not going to be put in with adult offenders. But we recognize that while that is a good idea, and we're going to pass this bill in the House, the fact of the matter is the implementation and the enforcement of the bill will actually be done by the provinces. And so we are putting a responsibility on them, a financial burden on them, to make certain they have the facilities to be able to keep the young offenders separate. Well, we know that some of the provinces don't have the proper facilities. So what that's going to mean is, while the public may think they're going to see some immediate changes following the passage of this bill, they are going to have to wait until the facilities are improved or built within their own jurisdiction. So, Mr. Speaker, this could be, another decade before the bill actually has its full effect. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a number of problems with in the youth justice system. The system lacks a clear and coherent youth justice philosophy. Incarceration, Mr. Speaker, is overused. Canada is the highest youth incarceration rate in the Western world, including the United States, which is a bit of a surprise to me, because I thought that it wouldn't be the case, because the United States, in spite of their huge expansion of building of prisons in the Ronald Reagan days, the crime rate in the United States has actually gone up. And I would have expected that this would not have been the case. The courts are overused for minor cases that could be dealt with better outside the courts. We have sentencing decisions by the courts that resulted in disparities and unfairness in youth sentencing. And the Young Offenders Act does not ensure effective reintegration of a young person after being released from custody. That's a very important point, that we are trying to rehabilitate people. Society does not benefit from people reoffending and putting people in jail and just making better criminals out of them, so that when they get back out in the street, they continue their career of crime, is not what the public actually wants to happen here. What we want to do is we want to see these people once and only once, and when they're incarcerated, they have to have programs provided so that when they come out with a new view on life, and that when they come out, they have to have an integration into society, and that is access to employment. We have an example right now, which I find just almost impossible to believe, that of the 6 prison farms in this country, this government are shutting them down. And to me, there would be nothing better. Matter of fact, if anything, we should be making more prison farms in the country, because it seems to me that one of the things we've lost over the years is this connection with rural living, and the connection with animals and taking care of animals. And a farm environment, Mr. Speaker, provides a perfect case of that. I toured Rockwood Prison Farm in Winnipeg, just outside of Winnipeg, at Stony Mountain, during the break a couple of weeks ago, and it's really sad to see that the dairy herd is there and will not be there in a few months. This is after 20 or 30 years of showing good results, and the prisoners, take ownership on that farm. They take ownership of the animals. They take care of the animals. They get up early in the morning, and they have a much better attitude than what they would have if they're just simply locked up in the prison. Now the government argues, well, there's not a big market out there for farm work, and we're going to train people as welders and trades. And yes, that is a good idea as well, to get them actual jobs out in the society. But the reality is that, you know, learning a welding trade and so on is not the same situation as being, as you know, working with animals. And, you know, in some cases I would think it would be a good idea if they could be, you know, around humane societies where they could walk dogs and stuff like that and make some sort of connection to animals. Anyway, I think it's something that we are losing, we're about to lose, and I realize that's another issue for another day, and I know that day is coming soon as well, because there's a motion coming from committee dealing with the closure of the prison farms. So, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that there's a lot of room for improvements in all legislation. We certainly don't want to stand in the way of making sensible improvements to laws. As I've said many times, we are looking for what actually works, where we can show results. And the member, the former Solicitor General for the province of Quebec, spoke eloquently yesterday on this very bill about how the Quebec system does work, and how the crime rate in Quebec has actually decreased, and why, which is beyond me, why we wouldn't have every province in the country and other jurisdictions, and I'm sure there are other jurisdictions studying the Quebec model to implement, you know, aspects of that system that will work in their own jurisdictions. To me, that's what a sensible government would do. A government that simply approaches the whole issue on the basis of ideology and says, well, you know, because it worked in Margaret Thatcher's England or Ronald Reagan's United States, well, that's the model we have to follow because, oh, we're conservatives. We can't accept any liberal ideas or any NDP or Bloc ideas because, you know, that doesn't fit with our overall philosophy. And Mr. Speaker, that's just way out of line, because their system, the justice system, should always be an open system where we can adopt the best of a jurisdiction anywhere in the world. Whatever gets results, whatever works properly, is, I think, what we really want to see in here. And to have a government basically operate this whole system on the basis of their political expediency. What's good for us in the short term? How can we introduce get some headlines? I introduced some headlines yesterday that we see across the country, and I maintain that if the press in this country were responsible, and they started writing headlines like "soft on crime" and this legislation doesn't work, this government would be retreating. But because they get these cheap headlines out of these boutique bills that they introduce, these amendments that they introduce, they're encouraged. They're encouraged to continue. So, Mr. Speaker, we once again would like to see the bill go to committee. One further point on the issue of the victims. This government continues to talk about how they support victims of crime, and we in the NDP are solidly on the side of the victims as well. But what we saw with this government, 3 years ago they appointed Mr. Sullivan to be the victim's advocate, and what is he saying about them today? They haven't reappointed him, and he's saying that they have spent too much time. This is their appointee. Has said they spent too much time on punishment issues, and that they have spent not enough time. They've ignored victims. So much for this government's position of, well, we're on the side with the victims. We look out for victims' rights, and we are always going to be strongly supportive of victims' rights, when you have their own appointee saying that's not true, that this government is not solidly behind victims as they would like the public to think they are. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member laid out some history, and I think it leads to the conclusion that the government really isn't intent on becoming tough on crime, but rather to recycle bills continuously so they can continue to use the slogan. We haven't seen legislation delivered, Mr. Speaker, on some key areas. The government doesn't buy into the fact that all the experts say that longer sentences is not a deterrent to crime. The recidivism rate, we know from the experience that we've had in Canada, Mr. Speaker, that recidivism is lowest when people get out of the jails and into their proper supervised lifestyle, and that's very clear, as opposed to serve out a full sentence. House arrest is gone. Parole is being phased out. Provincial funding is not existent for crime prevention programs. And I would simply ask the member to maybe comment on paragraph 3.1 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, where it does refer to supporting prevention of crime. But it goes on to say, by referring young persons to programs or agencies in the community. Well, Mr. Speaker, the prevention that the government is talking about in this bill is not prevention of crime from occurring, but they're talking about preventing crime after crimes have been committed. There seems to be a disconnect in terms of the approach to crime prevention and public safety on behalf of this government. I'd like to hear the member's comments.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his insight on the issue. And I will say that one of the reasons that we are encouraged to get this bill to committee, as I said, there's parts of it we like, especially the provisions guaranteeing the separation of the youth criminals from adults, and we feel that if we can get this bill to committee, then issues such as the member has reflected on will be dealt with, because we can call witnesses and we can do further study of the wording of the bill. Our colleague and critic, the member for Windsor-Tecumseh, has already commented that this bill is not very well drafted, that there's some drafting issues that he personally would like to address at committee, and I think we have to make those changes at committee. That's the proper place for it. And we certainly don't want the bill to proceed to its final stages and into law, and then find out 4 or 5 years later that there's some serious issues on the drafting side of it. So I would say once again that we want to get the bill to committee. We want the committee to look at all the issues, including the member from Mississauga South, and hopefully come up with a better piece of legislation that we're looking at right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Marc-Aurèle.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. I'd like to thank the honourable member for the kind things he said about my speech. They're appreciated. But he should be aware of the fact that Quebec has its own way of dealing with youth crime. And we've seen the rate of youth crime in Quebec going down by 25%, whereas it has risen in the rest of Canada. Now, can he tell me why so few people in English-speaking Canada know this, and if they know this, why haven't they gone to the office of the Minister of Justice and told him to review the legislation in order victims would still be protected, perhaps even more so? Because in Quebec we have the recipe for decreasing the rate of youth crime. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, and that is a very good point that the member makes, and I would say that I don't think that very many people in English Canada know that statistic at all. That he points out that the youth crime has dropped 25% in Quebec. I would think that if the public were aware of that fact, of those statistics, they would demand. They would demand the public would be writing letters to their elected officials. The radio stations, the newspapers would be publishing reports and demanding that the provincial governments put pressure on the federal government to do exactly what he says. And I find it amazing too that although this statistics is well known and it's been mentioned by many of the speakers, that the government seems to ignore the advice of the member. I mean, after all, the advice is here. They don't have to hire a high-priced consultant. I'm sure they have enough of them already. But the member's here, and the member knows the system, understands the system. He's been the Solicitor General, the Minister of Justice in Quebec previously. He knows what he's talking about. And for them to simply ignore that just belies the fact, Mr. Speaker, that this is all about their public relations exercise, that public relations machine that's in overdrive most of the time on these crime bills. They think nothing of introducing these bills one after the other, getting their big media hits on them, and then pulling the plug and calling an election a year before they promise to do it, or proroguing the House. I think they actually enjoy that because then they get to, guess what, Mr. Speaker? They get to do it all over again. They get a lot of pleasure out of that, I'm sure. But at the end of the day, where are the results? The legislation is never making it through the both parts of the House. And you know, in a way, it's sort of like the gun legislation. The government really don't want to get rid of they like that issue to hang around as long as possible because it's worth thousands of votes to them out there, and if they ever do eliminate the gun registry, there's going to be a lot of sad faces over there on the other side because they've been riding that issue now, campaigning on that issue for so long. Actually, honestly, they don't know what other issue to go to campaign on. They'd be totally bereft of issues in election campaign if that issue disappears from them. So I think the same is true here, that they're not really interested in solving the problem. They're just interested in the public relation effort that they've been able to engage in and turn the guns on us and say that we're soft on crime when that's certainly not true at all. People understand out there, I think my voters do, that we want to be smart on crime, and we want to do what works. And if we have to just keep repeating it, I think the message to the member, the message may take a while to get across, but I think if we repeat it enough, if we talk about it enough times, people will finally start getting the hint. I think this whole issue with the prison farms is a time bomb for the government because I talk to people, conservatives, and I haven't found a single voter out there who's a conservative voter who thinks this is a good idea. Matter of fact, they shake their heads and say, what kind of a government would close down prison farms? It just doesn't make sense after quite a number of years. In Rockwood, I think they've had it for 30 years. In Kingston, they had it I remember when I was growing up, the farms were around in Kingston forever. And I mean, why they would shut these down? This is the type of issue that can be very, very bad for the government because their own voters, Mr. Speaker, their own voters are going to think that there's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with a government that would do something like that. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think the time for questions and comments has virtually expired. So we'll move on. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Wanda Fuka.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's an honor here to speak on Bill C-4. We have gone down this road multiple times in the past, and I think it's been quite frustrating for some of us who've been around a long time in that this House tends to persist on taking a certain course of action And rather than being smart and intelligent and using the existing data and information that we have in our country and around the world to be able to do what our obligation is, which is to ensure that, number one, we are supporting legislation that protects innocent civilians, and that secondly, that we are doing what's necessary to prevent criminal activity from occurring. Thirdly, we have to support victims and their families. And lastly, and this is in no particular order, we have to ensure that those who have committed crimes are going to be paying time and are going to be in jail or paying the price that the state determines to ensure that they're going to be paying that price which society deems to be relevant to the crimes that they've committed. What I find is frustrating is that there are so many things we could be implementing if we were to deal with the facts to truly be able to achieve those objectives. And unfortunately, the government tends to paint themselves as a law and order party, but doing it in such a way that they're not smart on crime. Rather, they try to take a very narrow focus on trying to show that they are the so-called, quote, toughest on crime. But the law of unintended consequences can occur down that road if you're going to be implementing solutions that are not going to truly address criminal activity, and we're not going to be able to do those things that are going to achieve those four objectives that I mentioned in the beginning. I think it would be wise to know our stance in the beginning is we're going to support this bill to go into at second reading. We're going to support the bill to go into committee. And what I hope happens, Mr. Speaker, is that at committee we're able to bring in the really smart people that we have in our country that have a lot of knowledge. And there are people right now that we have in the House who have a lot of experience, members on the government side and on our side, who have been involved in this and on youth crime. My colleague from British Columbia, who has deep and profoundly tragic personal circumstances addressed to this, as did her husband. And with expertise like that, we hope that we will be able to bring that kind of expertise into committee to be able to address those solutions that are going to go and deal with this situation in a sensible and responsible fashion. I think, firstly, what we ought to do maybe is just take a look at what the current stats are in terms of youth crime rates in Canada. If you look at 2006, and I'll just go through them, Mr. Speaker. In 2006, there were 6,885 youth crime rate criminal code offenses per 100,000 people in Canada. That number has declined to 6,783 in 2007, and in 2008, it was 6,454. So you can see that there's been a decline. If you go back to 1991, that number was 9,126 children per 100,000, and that was the youth crime rate per 100,000 people in Canada at that time. If you look at the homicide rates, to look at the most extreme of offenses, in Canada we have around 600 homicides per year. About 55 to 60 of those are committed by youth every single year, and that's been pretty consistent. There's been an uptake recently. Much of that is being attributed to children involved in gangs, but for the most part, if you look back over the last 10 to 15 years, you see that the homicide rates from children being involved in homicides has remained essentially static over the last 15 years. So what can we do, Mr. Speaker? I had a chance to be in Vancouver a few weeks ago at the University of British Columbia at the Faculty of Medicine with Dr. Julio Montana and others. And there was a very interesting neuroscientist who was there who was describing the following. Because we ask ourselves, why do people actually take up criminal activity? Why are they involved in taking up drugs? Why are they involved in behaviors that are destructive to themselves and others? And they found this. They looked at the brain, and in our brain there's two major sections that we want to talk about today. One section involves our emotional response to activities, thrill-seeking. And we have another part of our brain called the prefrontal cortex, and what that does, that actually puts that part of the brain and keeps it in check. It says, it's not a good idea to go out and shoot yourself up with heroin. It's not a good idea to drive a car really fast and speed. It's not a good idea to go and beat somebody up. It's essentially the control mechanism on that other part of the brain that takes a more emotional response to issues. When in children, the connection between that part of the brain, the emotional response, and that prefrontal cortex that checks it, that connection is not well developed. That's why children behave in a more emotional response than a more rational response. As we get older through adolescence, connections happen, tracks develop, neurons connect between those two areas, and in that process, the prefrontal cortex has a much more profound ability to check that part of the brain, that emotional part of the brain. Now, what happens if that child is subjected to violence, sexual abuse, poor nutrition, and bad parenting? What they found and what they've proven is that those connections, those neurologic connections between the limbic system, that parts of the brain, the emotional response, and the prefrontal cortex, they don't happen very well. And they've proven this. You can see children that have been subjected to this, and those connections don't happen very well. They happen slowly, they happen imperfectly. You compare it to a child that's brought up in a loving, caring environment, where they're subjected to good parenting, where they have proper nutrition, literacy, and what you find is that those connections happen very well. So what this means is that subjecting a child early on to a bad environment of abuse, sexual abuse, violence, and those connections don't happen very well, which makes those children much more liable to participate in taking up drugs, violence, and criminal activity. That has been proven. So the question is, if that happens, how can we prevent that from happening? How can we ensure that children are going to be able to have proper neurologic development occurring in those most formative years? And what they found is the following. Let's take a look at the longest study in the world called the Perry Preschool Program in Ypsilanti, Michigan. 40 years in the making, Mr. Speaker. They have studied in Michigan a group of kids at risk, and they followed those children through 40 years of their life. And this is the evidence. These children were high-risk kids, and what they found is that by ensuring that those children were able to get good preschool programs in Ypsilanti, Michigan, the evidence was profound, and this is what they showed. Those kids were more able to complete school. There was less dependence on welfare. There was much higher rates of income. They, in turn, were able to have children who themselves actually had better outcomes. This is a profound and important study, Mr. Speaker, because it proves above all that if you can ensure that children are able to grow up in an environment that is loving, caring, free of being subjected to violence, sexual abuse, and being subjected to other horrific situations, that those neurologic connections occur well, and as a result of that, you have a profound impact on doing what we're supposed to be doing, which is reducing crime, preventing crime, and ensuring that children have the best outcomes in their lives. These kids had better education outcomes. These kids made more money. There was less dependence on welfare. And here's something interesting. Think of this. For an investment of just $15,166, that's $17, Mr. Speaker, for every dollar invested, there was a saving of $250,000. I'll say it again. For investing in about $15,166 investment in preschool programs in these children, saved the taxpayer $250,000. That's a 17-to-1 response, Mr. Speaker, savings. Why isn't the government working with the provinces to do what has been proven? Why isn't the government thinking to themselves, here is a 40-year retrospective study amongst a collection of other studies that come to the same conclusion, that good early preschool programs, by working with the parents and the children, that can be done very inexpensively, will have the most profound and positive impact on the future of those children, and therefore on the future of society, than anything else you can do. The cost, to put it in another way, the cost to incarcerate a child in a jail is $100,000 a year. I used to work in a jail, Mr. Speaker, I used to work in an adult jail as a correctional officer when I was putting myself through school and university, and I also worked in both adult and juvie jails as a physician. And I can tell you, I've seen horrific stories. I'll take one example. I've said this in the House before, two little girls that I saw in jail, and I was seeing them as their physician. And they were early teens. They had been put on the street by their mother, who I happen to know through alcohol and drug work and emergency. She was a known IV drug abuser. She put her children on the street, prostituting themselves as children to earn money so she could pay for her IV drug problem. These children I saw in jail. They thought what they were doing was fun, being prostituted out. I saw those children. One of them I read about in the newspaper because she wound up in a ditch dead. The other one I saw when I was doing my rounds in the pediatric ward, and she was sitting there in a chair with a massive stroke from her drug problems that she'd got hooked on as a result of the environment they were in. Now, I remember these two little girls as lovely young children that probably had a whole hopeful life ahead of them. But because of the environment that they were stuck into through no fault of their own, they wind up being one dead, and the other one wound up having a massive stroke. That is the fate of too many children in our society, entirely preventable problems. So why isn't the government working with the provinces on doing something like that? Why don't they look at the peri-preschool program? Why don't they work at the provinces and implement those solutions that are proven to work to reduce crime, work to save lives, work to save money? Why not? That's what the government, Mr. Speaker, should be doing. Which brings me to drug policy. Why doesn't the government, Mr. Speaker, do what is necessary to deal with drug problems? Many of the youth criminal acts that we see are attached to drug addictions. Many of the break-and-enters that we see, many of the assaults that we see are around people acquiring and pursuing drugs. And what I find disappointing is that the government, instead of embracing things that work, they're actually taking these initiatives to court. For example, in Vancouver, they have the Insight program, which is a needle injection program, which has been proven by Dr. Julio Montana, Dr. Brian Kerr, and others to save money, save lives, and reduce diseases. Why isn't the government supporting that? Instead, what the government is doing, they're actually taking that proven medical initiative to court to block people and prevent people from having that which will save people's lives. What kind of a government is going to do that, which is an utterly immoral, unconscionable, unjustifiable initiative in whichever way you look at it? Furthermore, why are they looking at something better called the Naomi Project? The Naomi Project is the North American Opiate Management Initiative. What is that? What they did at St. Paul's is they looked at 350 of the toughest, most difficult to reach IV narcotics abusers, and they randomized them into three groups. One group got heroin IV, one group got Dilaudid, which is another narcotic, and another group got an oral narcotic, methadone. And what they found is that because they were to give those people the drugs under medical supervision, what that did is it severed the tie between the addict and the addict's criminal activities to go out and earn the money they needed to pay for the drugs that they were buying. So why doesn't the government support communities to have access to Naomi projects across the country? That will be the worst news for the real parasites in this equation, which are the organized crime gangs, who are the only ones profiteering off the status quo. So why doesn't the government allow our communities to do that, which would accomplish undermining the financial underpinnings of organized crime? It would enable these hard-to-reach individuals to get into our medical community, and what we found is that they're able to get off drugs, they're able to get back with their families, they're able to get back to work, and they're able to get their lives back together. And we're saving money, we're reducing costs in any number of ways. That, Mr. Speaker, would be smart judicial initiatives by working with the justice system, the healthcare system, and the provinces. Do we hear anything like that from the government? No, we don't. We hear a deafening silence. And it is absolutely inconceivable to me, Mr. Speaker, why the government doesn't, again, adopt those things that have been proven. Naomi and Insight are not something that somebody pulled out of their ear. These are scientific-based, rigorously peer-reviewed assessments of an initiative and an experiment that has been done in St. Paul's, in Vancouver, with some of the toughest, most difficult, hard-to-reach communities that we have. Fetal alcohol syndrome, fetal alcohol effects. News for the government. Posters will not do it. Fetal alcohol syndrome is the leading cause of preventable brain damage in babies, Mr. Speaker. And it is estimated that 40 to 50% of people in jail have FASD. This is a scourge, and a silent scourge, in our country. Why isn't the government working with people like David Jerry in Victoria, who runs an adult FASD clinic, and others, to support that which not only treats, but more importantly, prevents? You've got to get women and men in the prenatal stages to be able to ensure that they are not going to be in an environment where they're going to be drinking, and that they understand that this is catastrophic to a child, and it certainly is. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that the government should be looking at communities at risk. Tamba Dar, who's a friend of mine. She runs a program called Sage Youth. Tamba was a wonderful woman. She's an immigrant to our country who did well and decided that she wanted to give back to Canada. So she developed a program called Sage Youth in Toronto. She's worked on a shoestring to be able to work with higher-risk refugees in Canada to ensure that those children have a mentor and that they have essentially an early program so the kids are subjected to a proper caring environment where their basic needs are met. And she's done it through the prism of literacy. So we know that literacy and enabling kids to read or be read to is one of the most profound and positive impacts a child will be able to have on their lives. So, the government could work, the feds could work with the provinces to encourage parents to just bring their kids to the library once a week and let them roam for an hour or two. Costs nothing, and it's a remarkable, simple, easy way to get kids engaged in reading rather than the average of 40 hours a week kids in Canada are spending in front of screens, in front of computers, playing computer games or watching television. That, Mr. Speaker, is having a profound impact not only on the development of children's brains in a negative way, but it's also contributing to the epidemic of childhood obesity, which is going to have a massive effect on cardiovascular problems in our country. In fact, quite shockingly, the children of today, the youngest generation of children today, for the first time in the history of Canada, this will be the first generation that is expected to have a shorter lifespan than their parents. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? This is the first generation of children in the history of our species that will have a shorter lifespan than their parents. And what those problems will be for the most part cardiovascular problems, which for the most part, certainly early on, are preventable. So getting the kids up, out, active, playing games, free play, and being able to engage in literacy by bringing the parents and the teachers together, particularly in schools. Imagine if the feds were to work with the provinces and to encourage parents to come to the schools for 1 hour a week so the teacher could actually work with both of them and they could have 1 hour courses on literacy, the importance of play, what is appropriate nutrition. These things, Mr. Speaker, will have a profound impact if you bring the parents and the children together. And the common unit for that is, of course, in the schools. And yet, we hear nothing from the government on this. The government likes to talk about being supportive of the police. Why, Mr. Speaker, are they not doing what the police ask? The gun registry is a case in point, Mr. Speaker. I mean, we all know that law-abiding long gun owners are not the problem. They are not the problem. They are law-abiding citizens through and through. But what we have heard very clearly, Mr. Speaker, again and again from the police, is that the police said that they need the gun registry for their protection. Now, if the police say they need something for their protection, how on earth does the government justify to themselves and to our society that they're actually going to prevent and remove something that the police feel they need for their protection? That, above all, is an overriding responsibility that we have because our police do the bidding of governments and the state for us to protect us. And it's our moral duty to be able to do that what we need in order to ensure that they have for their protection. It is for this reason that we are going to be supporting this. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I just want to conclude in saying Bill C-4 is an opportunity for this government, to build on that which the Liberal government did in 2003. Are very good changes that were made to Youth Criminal Justice Act and the system. Profound, positive changes. But we need to move forward on that. We need to adopt those solutions that are going to ensure that those people who are inveterate criminals are going to spend their time behind bars. They're going to be behind bars. They're going to be away from our citizenry, and they're going to be able to have the chances to rehabilitate and deal with the problems they have. And the government, lastly, has an opportunity to adopt those solutions that can truly prevent crime, save money. If the government fails to do this, Mr. Speaker, they are abrogating their responsibility to society, they're not using their intelligence, and they're actually just simply trying to use their legislation as a way to paint a very shallow political picture to the public, instead of doing that which is important for the public good. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to see that there are professionals here in this House who have a different point of view, a different perspective, and can see the way to a proper solution. Certainly, rehabilitation is very important. 3.1a in this bill indicates that, in fact, I'm talking about the 2003 Act, and the bill says clearly that the bill is aimed at prevention and rehabilitation. My colleague will perhaps have noted that that provision has been removed and that another provision has been put in there. There has to be a preliminary assessment before sentencing, but right here in this new legislation we have the idea of rehabilitation replaced by the idea of appropriate sentencing. Does he realize that if the objective is changed, then the perspective of the judges has to change as well? That is, what is the appropriate sentence for the crime? And then they think about the young people and perhaps rehabilitation. What the government is saying here is that rehabilitation should be encouraged. But I wonder if my colleague realizes that we have to fight against that change in philosophy as reflected here in the provisions when it comes to young offenders. We know that we are getting results because the crime rates are going down. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Buenafuca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listen carefully to the question.
Eternally hopeful that the government can actually walk and chew gum at the same time. And in fact, on this particular issue, they need to be able to do both. And the fact of the matter is appropriate sentencing, we all agree that appropriate sentencing should occur. But my colleague brings up a very, very important point, and that the government is not dealing with the issue of prevention and rehabilitation. And as I mentioned, I think in what I wanted to focus on is the issue of prevention. And this is not something that is esoteric. There are fact-based, scientifically based, proven interventions that we can do that save the taxpayer money, that are effective at reducing crime, that the government should work with the provinces to adopt, and they're not. Conversely, the failure to do this will not have much of an effect, Mr. Speaker, on reducing crime and protecting our citizens or helping victims from crime, or in fact preventing people from being victimized from criminal activities. And therein lies the tragic Achilles heel of the government, that they're simply not willing and not prepared to go and do that which is proven to be able to accomplish the goals that we, and most importantly society, wants us to achieve. And therein, I think, is the government's opportunity that they've so far missed, but we're hopeful that in committee they'll work with us to be able to implement those solutions that will work. Merci.
Questions and comments?
For Nickelbelt.
Thank you, Mr. President. The honourable member spoke a lot about childhood education and early intervention and getting to these youth in time to prevent them from committing crimes. I'd like to know what his thoughts are on the prison farms, and what his thoughts are on closing these prison farms.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Buenafuca.
I thank Mr. Speaker for an excellent question from my colleague. I think many of our citizens are not aware that the government is actually closing farms where people who are incarcerated had a chance to work, to develop skill sets, to develop discipline, to develop structure that they may not have had before. And as a result of that, the government is actually, by closing these farms, by preventing people who are incarcerated from being able to build the skill sets they need, they're actually preventing people from being able to develop those skill sets that when they get out, and they do get out as we know, that from getting out to be able to integrate back in society. It is unfathomable, Mr. Speaker, and incomprehensible again, that the government is choosing to close down these farms and these opportunities for those who have been convicted and are in jail from building those skill sets. The government has never given any justification whatsoever as to why they're closing this. And I think they need to come to this House and explain to our citizenry, explain to our public, explain to this House why they're doing this. For one small point, Mr. Speaker, I want to read this, because this is the evidence, again, from the Perry Preschool Program 40-year retrospective analysis. This is what it showed. The crime statistics reveals differences. Compared to the control group, fewer preschoolers have gone on to be arrested. Those are ones who were involved in the Perry Preschool Program. Fewer of these have gone on to be arrested for violent crimes, drug-related crimes, or property crimes. About half as much have been sentenced to prison or jail. Preschool also seems to have affected their decisions about family life. More of the males continue to be married. Many of those raise their own children. These men reported fewer complaints about their health and are less likely to use drugs. Mr. Speaker, these are all objectives congruent with what the government wants to do. Why then on earth are they actually standing in the way of these programs that have proven to accomplish that which they claim that they're interested in, and certainly our society and our citizens are interested in?
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1992, the subcommittee of the Standing Committee on Health produced a report called Fetal Alcohol Syndrome, the Preventable Tragedy. They concluded that maternal consumption of alcohol during pregnancy is the leading known cause of mental retardation and other alcohol-related birth defects. And as the member said in his speech, there is clear evidence that 40 to 50% of the inmates in our jails across the country, both federal and provincial, in fact suffer from what's now called FASD, fetal alcohol spectrum of disorders, because it's much broader than we thought. It's incurable, Mr. Speaker, but it's 100% preventable. But the question really comes, Mr. Speaker, this bill seems to purport that we need to deal with youth-com, and yet with the causes of this being related to the environment and the early conditions related to a child, why is it that the courts are sending these people who suffer from FASD to jail where rehabilitation is not applicable in their case? How can you have rehabilitation when it's no possibility? The real question is, Mr. Speaker, why don't we have the funding for programs to prevent the incidence of FASD, and more importantly, should that occur and crimes occur, Mr. Speaker, that there are programs for coping and for dealing with the lifelong tragedy of FASD.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Juan de Fuca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just acknowledge my colleague who has been the leader in this House on FASD and on alcohol-related problems related to pregnancy. He has been the leader and deserves much kudos for his hard work. Two things. One is that one has to ask themselves is if 40 to 50% of the people in jail are suffering from FASD, and there's nothing in this bill relating to FASD, and there's no plans from this government to deal with half the prison population on one of the most important antecedent contributors to why they're committing criminal activity, because the average IQ of somebody with FASD is about 67 to 70, then why is the government not dealing with this? It seems inconceivable that they'd miss half the prison population and not do this. And they've been silent, quite frankly, on this all through their tenure. This cannot continue to be ignored. There is one thing, though, I want to bring up, is that while you can't treat this, there are things that can be done in terms to modify the behavior. And again, I say to the government, David Jerry and his team in Victoria have the only adult-based FASD program in British Columbia that actually enables these people to manage their lives in a way that they will be productive and effective and be able to be engaged in society. Those kind of programs need to be adopted and embraced and looked at. But again, prevention is priority number one, and my colleague is absolutely right. It is inconceivable to me why the government refuses to actually deal with that which will work to prevent children from being born with FASD. Merci.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. She will have only a few minutes, unfortunately, but she can begin her remarks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to begin and at the outset at the outset, before getting into the issue, I would like to say that I had an opportunity to read the speech made by the member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, and I want to point out his excellent contribution. He made a very good speech yesterday on Bill C4 that we are dealing with now, and I'm pleased to be able to count on his experience in this area. As was mentioned earlier, there are a number of professionals who are giving us some fresh light on this issue, and I hope that we will have an opportunity to look at the bill more in depth in committee to review the various aspects that are important before it is adopted. I will be sharing a few reflections that I had yesterday and before with the teachers and students in my area in Vaudreuil. There was a Millennium Summit, and at that event there were thousands of Quebec young people who participated. They looked at the consequences of poverty on young people. Although poverty is not as serious here as in many countries, there are problems that we would probably not have if we gave better support and direction to our young people. Not everyone grows up in the same environment. We need to deal with problems that are being faced by our young people, and that is how we can really help improve society. Today, we are debating an important issue that should not be the subject of shameless propaganda. I asked to be able to speak because I wanted to share the ideas of young people who are expecting us to support them. They are here today in a difficult situation. These young people, if they had the opportunity, would like to explain how they got into the difficult situations they are in and what their hopes are. I worked with young people before becoming a member of parliament and a number of community groups. As I already mentioned in the House, the contribution of these young people is important and their views should be taken into consideration. Community groups are on the front line of dealing with these young people. And before becoming a member of parliament and working with community groups, I saw the need for fair sanctions when it comes to young offenders, and especially the emphasis that should be placed on rehabilitation. I have to, unfortunately, interrupt the honourable member. She will have 7 minutes remaining after routine business.
Now, statement by members.
Honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, today, April the 23rd, and during the weekend, Canadians of Turkish origin, together with fellow Canadians, will celebrate Children's Day. On April the 23rd, 1920, the founder of the Turkish Republic, Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, convened the Turkish Grand National Assembly and dedicated this day to children. By doing so, Ataturk not only entrusted the future of his young nation to her children, but also showed the importance he placed on the health and education of young people. In 1979, UNESCO proclaimed the year as the International Year of the Child. Today, April the 23rd, is celebrated with children from over 60 countries around the world, including Turkey and Canada. This is now a 30-year tradition in Canada. Tonight in Ottawa, in commemoration of Children's Day, the Turkish community will be hosting a fundraising gala dinner, and the benefits will go to the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario and SOS Children's Villages. Let's congratulate the organizers and wish them every success in their activities.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, April is National Parkinson's Disease Awareness Month, and this week is Parkinson's Awareness Week. Since it was first established in Canada in 1984, Parkinson's Awareness Week gives us all an opportunity to raise awareness about this potentially devastating neurological condition that some 100,000 Canadians live with.
Importance of research into the causes and treatments of Parkinson's, And at the forefront of advocating for this is Parkinson's Society Canada, which this year is celebrating 45 years of supporting and serving Canadians and their families affected by this disease. Parkinson's Society Canada is urging all Canadians to take part in fundraising events being held in communities across the country this week, events that will raise money and awareness for the causes, symptoms, treatments, and needs of people with Parkinson's and their loved ones. We cannot give up our search for a cure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A symbol of pride and excellence in the region, the International de Tennis Junior Tennis Internationals in Repentigny are back again this year. We are celebrating the 25th anniversary of this tournament, making it the second oldest in Canada behind the Rogers Cup and one of the top 10 junior tennis tournaments in the world. Starting tomorrow until the tournament ends on September 4th, there will be a series of activities allowing the general public to take part in the festivities, marking the 25th anniversary of the Internationaux de Tennis. I invite everyone in Quebec to come out and take part in the different activities being offered by the organizing committee over the next few months. I also invite them to come out and cheer on the best junior players in the world. During the competition from August 27th to September 4th, I would be remiss if I failed to mention the exceptional work being done by all the volunteers and organizing committee, which year after year ensure the success.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the government's plan to close 72 beds reserved for veterans at Parkwood Hospital in London, Ontario, is both short-sighted and disgraceful. While we know there are fewer Second World War and Korean War veterans needing hospital care, there is a growing need for the same quality care for members of the Canadian Forces and RCMP veterans who served Canada in Afghanistan as peacekeepers in Bosnia, Cyprus, and indeed around the world. The number of modern-day veterans requiring care is steadily increasing. So is the need for these beds. It is soulless to ban veterans who have served in peacekeeping and other missions since the Korean War from the specialized care that the Department of Veterans Affairs is obliged to provide. I call on the federal government to change the regulations that exclude modern-day veterans and ensure access to these Parkwood beds. These brave men and women served our country well and deserve the assistance and care they need. We owe them at least that much.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, farmers in my riding and all across Canada need to know that the Liberals do not understand them and do not represent them. Yesterday, in a rather shocking display of anti-democratic behaviour, the Liberals, with help from their NDP and Bloc partners, tried desperately to force only their prolonged gun registry list of witnesses on the Public Safety Committee. Mr. Speaker, farmers, hunters, and rural Canadians have been clear that they want the Liberal long gun registry scrapped. But what does the Liberal leader do? He publicly states that he will force his MPs to ensure the continuation of the long gun registry. With decisions like that, Mr. Speaker, it is no wonder that only a handful of Liberal MPs represent rural ridings. Mr. Speaker, now is the time to end the Liberal long gun registry. Now is the time to target criminals and not our farmers and hunters. First, Liberal MPs are whipped to support the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry, and now their leader is trying to silence Canadians that disagree with them. Mr. Speaker, let's work together to end the long gun registry.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Wanda Fuca.
Mr. Speaker, April 25th is World Malaria Day, a time to remember that over 2 million people a year, many of them children, die of this disease. Tackling this scourge must involve strengthening the developing countries' primary health care systems and the selective spraying of DDT, where the latter was done in South Africa showed a 90% reduction in malaria cases with no effect on the environment. This June, as host to the G8 G20 summits, Canada must take a role in leading the world's richest countries to invest in the primary health care systems of developing countries. This will enable us to treat most of the world's major killers: pneumonia, gastroenteritis, tuberculosis, malaria, HIV/AIDS, and malnutrition, and will reduce maternal and childhood deaths. Our government, Mr. Speaker, cannot and must not lose this opportunity to have the most profound impact on the lives of the world's poorest. Let us use April 25th as the time to redouble our efforts to tackle malaria and the world's major killers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Water is life.
in my constituency of Fort McMurray, Athabasca, we are privileged to have one of Canada's designated heritage rivers. The Clearwater River once was a busy highway that opened up the north and west of Canada. Fur traders and explored portaged the many falls and rapids and enjoyed the gentle flow to the mighty Athabasca River. Today, the Clearwater River, from its source in Lloyd Lake in northern Saskatchewan to the junction of the Athabasca, is still pristine and beautiful. Clear, clean water, fast-flowing rapids, and banks lined with spruce and birch trees, and many, many animals, Mr. Speaker, make our river a canoeist's dream. I invite you, Mr. Speaker, and all Canadians to enjoy this with us. My constituents are absolutely delighted that because of the Heritage River designation, the beauty, untouched nature, and clean, pure water will be preserved for our future. While we need to prosper economically, we need to preserve our waters we have. Let's continue to protect our life by protecting our waters.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, on April 15th, during its annual gala, the Centre for Study and International Research at the University of Montreal gave out the Cerium Award to Paul Gérin-Lajoie. This award recognizes a Quebecer whose work during their lifetime has made a significant impact on the internationalization of Quebec. Paul Gérin-Lajoie, father of the school of thought that bears his name, seeks to lay the foundation of an international policy since 1995, which stipulates that a province's sovereignty in its areas of jurisdiction must also apply in its international relations. Since then, the school of thought has been that of the MPs and representatives of Quebec. Paul Gérin-Lajoie also created a foundation that has contributed, among other things, to educating children and ensuring adult literacy in the poorest countries. One of the most well-known initiatives of this foundation is the PGL dictation. As the Francophonie critic, I offer Mr. Paul Gérin-Lajoie my congratulations for his major contribution to Quebec. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this was the National Victims of Crime Awareness Week for the 5th year. And it won't stop here. Each victim, no matter who they are and where they live, counts. Our Conservative government has always protected Quebecers and Canadians who are law-abiding. They are a priority. Again this week, our government has implemented a number of initiatives to ensure that the rights of law-abiding citizens come before the rights of criminals. The Bloc Quebec leader said earlier this week that the Bloc Québécois was doing a lot by adopting a constructive and rigorous attitude when it comes to justice, but we know full well in this House that the Bloc typically opposes our justice and crime measures. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers and Canadians can count on our government to ensure that the rights of victims come before the rights of criminals. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the good work of the Guru Gobind Singh Children's Foundation. The foundation was established by young people, the Canadian community, in 1999 as a way to celebrate the 300th anniversary of the Khalsa and to honor the 10th Guru of the Sikh faith. The foundation is driven by the motto, Children Helping Children, and their good work supports children both in Canada and abroad. The GGSCF actively involves youth and challenges them to understand the true meaning of charity. As an example, last year, 90 of these young people ran across Canada from July 1st to August 30th, starting from St. John's, Newfoundland, and ending in Vancouver, British Columbia. The run raised money for Children's Hospital in each and every single province, as well as a health center in Liberia. The Guru Gobind Singh Children's Foundation is a testament to what can happen when we teach our children to care about the world around them. I applaud the good work they do on behalf of the Canadian Sikh community and indeed all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2006, our government introduced legislation to put an end to conditional sentences or house arrests for serious and violent crimes. However, the bill was repeatedly stalled and eventually gutted by the opposition. In the last session of Parliament, we reintroduced the bill. The Liberals said they would support it. Now the member from Ajax-Pickering and his Liberal cronies have announced they will oppose this important piece of legislation. And this flip-flop comes as no surprise to Canadians who have come to expect this type of behaviour from the Liberal Party. However, I wonder what the member for Ajax Pickering's constituents would say, knowing that their member of parliament opposes a bill to end house arrest for crimes such as aggravated assault, human trafficking, luring a child, arson, fraud, or extortion. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be a member of the only party that stands up for victims and law-abiding citizens in this country.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan. Order.
Speaker, earlier this week, marine biologist Alexander Morton left Swantula on her Get Out migration walk down Vancouver Island to raise public awareness about the effects of industrial fish farming on wild salmon. People around the world are paying attention and demanding our government recognize that salmon are sacred and protect wild runs. Lax regulating of open-net salmon farms along wild salmon migratory routes has resulted in the transfer of sea lice and disease, contamination of the seabed by waste products, and takeover of habitat by escaped fish. Canadians, especially in my riding, Nanaimo Cowichan, want the federal government to apply the Fisheries Act and ban open-net salmon farming near these routes so we don't lose the food security, thousands of jobs, and millions of dollars that wild salmon brings to our province. Alexander Morton is calling for moving the industrial production of fish to land-based operations away from wild salmon. Salmon farm families don't have to be left behind. We can have our fish and eat it too by firm regulation of industrial fish farms and protection of wild salmon runs.
Honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, Frank Graves, the eco-pollster, is providing interesting advice to the Liberal leader, and he's taking it. Graves, who also just happens to be the CBC's pollster of record, has publicly said that the Liberals should stop worrying about the West. No need to fear polarizing the debate. Invoke a cultural war. Cosmopolitanism versus parochialism. Tolerance versus racism and homophobia. Democracy versus atrocity. And if the old cranky men in Alberta don't like it, too bad. Mr. Speaker, this is unbelievable and highly offensive. The CBC pollster is providing political advice to start a cultural war to the Liberal Party. Graves is hired by the CBC to poll and comment on party politics. He has been a major donor to the Liberal Party. However, he is providing clear and offensive messaging advice to the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, for the CBC, this is a clear conflict of interest. Thank you.
The honourable
member for Compton Stansted. Mr. Speaker, during their National Day of Action on April 20th, the Estrie branch of FADOC, a seniors organization, held a demonstration in downtown Sherbrooke. Among those in attendance were Mr. Jacques Demers, president of the FADOC Estrie region, and Mr. Jean Charité, president of the Central Board of the CSN in Estrie. For a number of years, the Bloc Québécois has advocated tirelessly for seniors with the government. The Conservative government, however, has turned a deaf ear and continues to ignore the fate of our seniors, despite repeated actions taken by the Bloc, particularly in the area of seeking an increase in the guaranteed income supplement. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the work done by Mr. Demers and reiterate my support, as well as that of the Bloc Québécois, for the FADOC Estrie region and the entire FADOC network. Despite the inaction of the Conservatives, the fight must go on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I wonder, order. Perhaps the honourable member for Malpeque and the Minister of Public Safety would be pleased to go to my office and have a little chat back there. I'd be welcome. I'd be happy to open it for them to use if that would help.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Mr. Philippe Ossano for winning the doctoral research award with the International Development Research Center. He is a PhD student at the University of McGill in the Geography Department. His research focuses on qualitative analysis of poverty reduction programs to protect conservation areas in Kenya. His work has ensured an immeasurable contribution has been made to understanding development programs in Africa, which seek a balance between preserving nature and the conservation of land use, as well as the economic livelihoods of nomadic farmers.
Inspires talented Canadian students to travel to Africa to participate in field work in programs like McGill's African Field Studies semester program. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the International Development Research Centre on its 40th anniversary.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader has taken off his leader's hat today and replaced it with the salesman hat. And, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't blame you for buying a copy of the leader's book that's called True Patriot Love, based on the testimonials that you'll find in the inside of the front cover. The Liberal leader claims on the front cover of his book, the inside of the front cover, that the National Post, when reviewing his book, called it well written. But that's not entirely true, Mr. Speaker. What the National Post called it was a well-written disappointment. This is a type of dishonesty that not even a first-year university student could get away with. I'm wondering if the leader of the opposition really believes that this is honesty, or if this is maybe a case of deceitfulness. But Canadians, unfortunately, have come to expect this from this Liberal leader. He's again demonstrated he's not in it for Canadians. He's just in it for himself.
For the honourable oral questions, questions orales, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 weeks now it has been nothing but a conservative culture of deceit when it comes to the Jaffer affair.
Exactly.
The Prime Minister has been saying that he forwarded serious allegations to the Ethics Commissioner. Right. Not true, she told a Commons Committee yesterday. All the PMO sent her were phone numbers for a gumshoe and a Conservative lawyer. The government also claimed they sent serious allegations to the RCMP. Did they really? Will the Minister for Public Safety confirm the RCMP is conducting an investigation, yes or no?
Exactly.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister referred allegations from a third party to the relevant authorities. The authorities will reach their own conclusions. The allegations have nothing to do with government business. When the allegations from the third party came to the Prime Minister's attention, he acted quickly and appropriately. These allegations that he received from this third party do not concern any minister, MP, senator, or government employee.
Here. The honourable member for Malpeque.
It doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. The Infrastructure Minister also is mired deep in the culture of deceit. He bald-faced said on April 12th that, quote, Mr. Jaffer never made any inquiries with respect to his business. But when forced to release documents, it's clear Jaffer's company sent his office 3 funding proposals worth over $850 million. We know the minister sent 2 of these projects to his department. One proposal even had a handwritten note on it, quote, from Rahim, submit to department. Who wrote that? Was it the minister or his parliamentary secretary?
Exactly. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're hearing the same questions over and over again. It sounds like they have a culture of repeat over there. Mr. Jaffer and Mr. Glamote inquired about 3 projects. The parliamentary secretary in question did not support or recommend any of them. None of the projects received any funding, and only a Liberal would think that it's a scandal when somebody doesn't get government funds.
Here, here. Honourable member for Malpeque.
Over there, Mr. Speaker, it's deny, delay, and cover up. It is an absolute culture of deceit.
That's right.
You know, Canadians don't care whether lobbying efforts were successful or not. Bad lobbying is still lobbying. They should have registered. The minister knew darn well that he was being lobbied by 2 former Conservative candidates. He should have blown the whistle on them and reported it to the lobbyist commissioner. As well, Jaffer sent emails concerning his business interests to the industry minister's office. Will the industry minister release them? Will this Conservative culture of deceit never end?
Exactly.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this private citizen is responsible for his own conduct. Under the Lobbying Act, the Lobbying Act requires anybody carrying out lobbying activities to first register and then report all of those activities to the lobbying commissioner. If that member across the way has evidence that these rules have been broken, I would encourage him to make those allegations to the independent officer of Parliament known as the lobbying commissioner.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago the Prime Minister dismissed his minister with great pomp, saying that he was referring her case to the RCMP and the Ethics Commissioner. But the Ethics Commissioner has clearly said that the Prime Minister did not get the relevant information to him. Further, the Minister of Public Safety has refused to confirm whether or not the RCMP has begun an investigation. We see a pattern here, Mr. Speaker. Big announcements, a lot of show, all kinds of signs, and they do nothing. The Prime Minister, could he give us a better example of the Conservative culture of deceit? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. received the allegations from the third party. He sent those allegations along to the relevant authorities. These authorities will reach their own conclusions. The allegations that he received from this third party have nothing to do with government business, nor do they involve any member of Parliament, senator, minister, or government employee.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Infrastructure has maintained for 2 weeks that Rahim Jaffer never spoke about his submissions. This is hard to believe, since we know that Rahim Jaffer met with the Minister and his Parliamentary Secretary at the very same time that these files were being assessed by their offices. Is this another example of the Conservative culture of deceit? My question is simple. Who is responsible? Who wrote by hand from Rahim submit to Department regarding his application for a $20 million grant?
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is referring to Mr. Jaffer and Mr. Grimaud, who got information regarding 3 projects. The Parliamentary Secretary neither supported nor recommended any of these projects, and none of them got public funding, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Liberals seem to be upset that no one got money, for once. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's contention and that of the Conservative former member Rahim Jaffer is not credible. Not only did Jaffer's business submit projects totaling $850 million to the government, but 2 businessmen, Nazim Gilani, are convinced that Rahim Jaffer was engaged in lobbying. Will the Prime Minister table the list of meetings that this Minister and his Parliamentary Secretaries had? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, these are private citizens, and they're responsible for their own conduct. The lobbying legislation says that anyone who is going to lobby the government has to register with the lobbying commission. If the opposition has proof that these people have violated the rules, they should get this information to the lobbying commissioner. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, you can't say that Rahim Jaffer is an ordinary citizen. He's the former chair of the Conservative caucus and the husband of a former dismissed minister. I think the proof that this is well and truly lobbying is that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport followed up on 2 projects which Jaffer pulled strings for, got them to the Director General for Department Priorities. Will the Prime Minister agree that in the public interest we should the information should be disclosed? Mr. Speaker, the lobbying legislation stipulates that any of those who lobby people entrusted with public position have to register as lobbyists. If honourable members have proof that these rules have been broken, we would like them to send these allegations directly to the lobbying commissioner. The honourable member for Balnois-Salabini. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government, which promised to strengthen the Lobbying Act, did not deliver the goods. Despite the Accountability Act, it's still possible to try to outsmart people by claiming one hasn't been compensated or by using the pretext of not having sent email. Raheem Jaffer met with business people and got his $850 million worth of projects into the hands of officials without this being lobbying. Is this not proof that this law is riddled with holes? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the lobbying legislation was created by the Accountability Act, and if the honourable member wants to change the way this act stipulates things, they can recommend amendments. This stipulates that anyone who wants to lobby public officials must register as a lobbyist. If the honourable member has proof that this was not followed, they should forward their allegations to the lobbying commissioner. The Conservatives promise to demand that ministers register their contacts with lobbyists. Once in power, they change their minds. Only lobbyists must register their contacts, so it's impossible to cross-check lists to see who's telling the truth. Will the government recognize that if it had kept its campaign promise, the secret lobbying as practiced by Raheem Jaffer would be impossible? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member was there when the Accountability Act was brought in, and the Bloc Québécois has never tried to bring amendments. And the Bloc supported the Accountability Act and the Lobbying Act, which stipulates that anyone who has anything to do with public officials has to register. If they have proof that these rules have been violated, they only have to forward their allegations to the Commissioner.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Afghan detainees, the ministers are the untouchables. It's never the minister's fault for this government's reckless disregard of international law and the torture of detainees. First, it was the slandering of the reputation of Richard Colvin. Now Ben Rowland, charge d'affaires at the Canadian Embassy in Kabul, is being blamed for a letter suggesting that the NDS be given prior warning of visits to detention facilities. This government says the letter was a misstep. Can the government confirm that the NDS was never given prior warning?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Ambassador Hoffman was clear in his response during his appearance this week before committee. The provisions of the letter, in fact, had neither standing nor effect. The chargé d'affaires did sign the letter, but the contents of the letter were never implemented. Immediately after reviewing, Mr. Speaker, the letter, Ambassador Hoffman reiterated Canada's long-standing new transfer policy to the NDS that officials would conduct unannounced visits with considerable frequency, and the NDS did know that.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian soldiers are doing their jobs professionally and with great courage, and we wish this Conservative government would do the same. Instead, what we have is a culture of secrecy. They're hiding the truth, and the truth is that they botched the handling of detainees. The truth is that they couldn't care less what happens to detainees, and they failed to monitor for torture. Canadians deserve to know the truth. Are detainees being handed over to the NDS torturers to be interrogated? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
The answer is no, Mr. Speaker. We heard that from the Chief of Defence Staff, who clearly told us that that was not the case. But here's what respected former ambassador to Afghanistan said about this issue of transferring to torture. First of all, we never transferred any detainees that were captured by the Canadian Armed Forces if there was any suggestion that there would be a substantial risk of torture. He went on to say, Mr. Speaker, so we met and we exceeded our international obligations. He went on to say Canada's standards and the regime we've put in place exceeded our obligations. We were over and above those put in place by other countries. We have a lot to be proud of in that regard, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, when Canada hosts the G8, world leaders will discuss many of the most important issues facing the planet, except the planet itself. The environment has been a focus at all but one G8 meeting since 1992. Sadly, Canada is refusing to host a G8 Environment Ministers meeting before the full summit. This follows the Conservatives' poor performance in Copenhagen. So my question is very simple. Will the government organize a meeting of environment ministers to discuss the environment before the G8 meetings are held here in Canada? Yes or no? What's going on?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member well knows this government's commitment to the environment. Mr. Speaker, our government, along with 116 other countries representing 90% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, have signed on to the Copenhagen Accord. That's 90%, Mr. Speaker. The IEA Executive Director praised Canada's climate change target of 17% reduction below 2005 levels. And, Mr. Speaker, great news. Greenhouse gas emissions have gone down 2.1%. Under the Liberals, they went up. Under this government, they're going down.
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, after weeks of stonewalling and denying, the Minister of Infrastructure finally released limited information about 3 proposals submitted to his office by Rahim Jaffer and Patrick Limon. Given the Conservative culture of deceit, we all know that there's more. When can the House expect the government to table all documents about meetings that the principals of green power generation had with Conservative ministers, parliamentary secretaries, and MPs?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member refers to Mr. Jaffer and Mr. Glegmode having inquired about 3 projects. The Parliamentary Secretary in question did not support or recommend any of them. In fact, none of these projects received any funding, and only a Liberal would think it's a scandal that someone did not get money.
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Special access for special friends. Every day we learn more, Mr. Speaker. We know the government has more information about their interaction with green power generation. Earlier this week, the minister responsible for the Southern Ontario Economic Development Agency admitted that his office met with Patrick Limon, and he said, and I quote, "There were some projects talked about." When will the minister and this Conservative culture of deceit release all details about the proposals and tell us what he talked about?
Yes, please. Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, members referring to Mr. Jaffer and Mr. Glegmode and their inquiry about 3 projects. The Parliamentary Secretary in question did not support or recommend any of these projects, and none of the projects received any funding.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing Temiskaming.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for the Southern Ontario Development Agency admitted this week that Patrick Limon, Rahim Jaffer's business partner, had put forward at least 3 applications to his former operations director, Andrew House. These applications seem to have gone through privileged channels and been received in the minister's office, privileged access. This government is contravening and through its Conservative culture of deceit. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Lobbying Act, and I'd be pleased to inform the member how the Act works. It puts the onus on the lobbyists to first register and then report their activities to the lobbying commissioner's office. And if that member across the way has information suggesting that somebody did break the rules, then he should report that to the lobbyist commissioner for independent investigation.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing Temiskaming. Mr. Speaker, they're not only refusing to disclose documents, but none of these interactions was reported to the lobbying commissioner as stipulated by the legislation. Mr. House was a Conservative candidate in 2006 and again in 2008, and he certainly knows the Accountability Act. Can the minister explain why? None of this was registered with the lobbying commissioner. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
The Lobbying Act was brought in by this government as part of the Accountability Act. It put an end to the revolving door that we saw under the previous Liberal government, which led to things like the sponsorship scandal and the gun registry. Now that we're on the subject of the gun registry, I note that that member promised his constituents he would vote against the gun registry. He knew that it was a waste of money, and his rural constituents voted for him, believing that he would keep his word. I expect that he'll rise now and reaffirm his commitment to scrap the wasteful Liberal long gun registry.
The Honourable Member For Vaudreuil-Soulanges, Mr. Speaker, the President of the Conservative Party wrote to party faithful to raise money to help abolish the gun registry. This is truly shameful. For Conservatives, firearms are only another way to fill their party coffers. Too bad for policies, too bad if this policy favors free circulation of arms. Too bad if it makes things less safe. How could the Prime Minister allow fundraising on the backs of victims of crime? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Bloc and the Liberals and the New Democrats have conspired to keep out witnesses from being heard by the committee. In fact, they attempted to stack the entire committee with individuals who were in favor of the gun registry. They wouldn't allow the Calgary Chief of Police to give testimony at the committee. Why are they so afraid of the truth? Why are they so afraid of what a Chief of Police will say?
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, this government is being hypocritical when they try to make us believe that the dismantling of the gun registry is only a backbencher's private member's business. No one is fooled. This is a government policy. The Prime Minister has intervened to defend the project. It has authorized vicious publicity and fundraising to support this project. Why does the Prime Minister do by the back door, always work through the back door in order to sneak in his Conservative policies? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
The Bloc Québécois, together with the Liberals and the New Democrats, attempted to hijack the Public Safety Committee by desperately forcing a long gun registry list of witnesses. They wouldn't hear from any other witnesses other than the ones they specifically handpicked. That is a culture of deceit being practiced by all three parties on the other side.
The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government promised to expedite the processing of applications for family reunification for Haitians. And yet, according to the latest data, barely 311 people have had their files dealt with. How can the minister justify his inability to deliver what he promised? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
In actual fact, no government has moved quicker in terms of assisting Haiti with respect to the issues it is dealing with. We said at the very beginning that we would expedite the 2,000 cases that we have on file. We would make them a priority. We have made them a priority, and we are now bringing families back together just as we committed to do.
The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. No credibility, Mr. Speaker. The Quebec Minister of Immigration says that the federal government is responsible for these delays, and I quote, for operational reasons, for federal operational reasons, there have been problems with respect to checking health and security. Quebec and Ottawa are blaming each other. When will the minister really get down to work to help Haitian families? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
I totally reject the premise of the question because it actually is in fact not the case. Right. On January 16, we said immediately, number one, family class sponsorships would be put forward. Number two, spouse or common law partners in Canada class applications. Protected persons with family members in Haiti, citizenship and citizenship certificates. In Canada application for work permits will be extended on a temporary basis. Mr. Speaker, we have done more. We have moved it forward. We have said we would work with the government, the provincial government in Quebec, to do exactly what we're trying to do, and that is help Haiti.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we first raised the issue of pensions, the Finance Minister said pension reform was not a federal matter. So then when we asked what was being done to amend the Bankruptcy Act to help pensioners, the Minister of Finance said the matter had already been resolved. Well, the issue of pension reform is neither resolved nor is it someone else's problem. instead of busily perpetuating the conservative culture of deceit? Why don't they do something to help these pensioners that are left out in the cold?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the only deceit that I see here this morning comes from the opposition when they even suggest that they're caring about seniors. Maybe they did in that half-day conference that they convened here in Ottawa to listen to seniors. Those that couldn't travel here, I guess they don't want to hear from them. Mr. Speaker, last year we consulted with those that are involved in the federally regulated private pension plans. We found out what the problems were, Mr. Speaker, and we put in fixes for that. It's in Budget C9, and we would encourage these honourable members to actually read the fact that it's in the budget and help us get those through for those people.
Order. The honourable member for York West.
Continually trying to mislead people. More promises of consultation is all you hear from them, Mr. Speaker. Even Jack Mintz, one of their favourites, is asking why Ottawa is holding back on pension reform. The former employees of Nortel want to know why this government is doing nothing to help them. And all Canadians want to know why this government is standing between them and a secure retirement strategy. I'll ask again, why is this government more interested in covering their own tracks than helping Canadians prepare for retirement?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if we're covering tracks, it's tracks left by the Liberal government where they did nothing. But, Mr. Speaker, if this honourable member had actually read the budget, she would see that what we are putting in helps protect pensioners. And we're making pensions more stable for those that are impacted by it. We're giving pensioners more negotiating powers. But, Mr. Speaker, I have been in 6 different sessions where the provincial finance minister in that jurisdiction has sat shoulder to shoulder, either with the finance minister or with myself. They're actually listening to seniors, and we're going to come to some solutions that will help seniors without the Liberals' help.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians on a low income are discovering that they don't have the right to, they're not entitled to any tax credits for renovations. As someone said, we should be saving $1,300 through this tax credit. So they went ahead with the renovations, but because of the conservative culture of deceit, nothing happened. Will the minister apologize to those who have been duped? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Apologies due it would be from those on the other side of the House that actually voted against one of the most popular programs that was put forward in our Economic Action Plan, Mr. Speaker. It's pretty incredible when they vote against something, then they come back and they say, well, you should extend it. Mr. Speaker, let me speak very slowly. It is a tax credit. It's not a tax deduction, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Markham Unionville.
Ron and Barbara Johnson are 2 Welland area seniors who spent $10,000 renovating their home only to discover their income wasn't high enough and they won't be getting the $1,300 they were promised by the Conservative commercials. I know the Conservatives like to be tricky, to string words together in a way that leaves their real meaning open to interpretation. But this time, their culture of deceit has targeted vulnerable Canadians. When will they apologize?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have a task force traveling across this country right now. It's called a Financial Literacy Task Force, and I would suggest that honourable member sign up because he obviously doesn't understand the principle of a tax credit, Mr. Speaker. That's what we put in. That's exactly what thousands and thousands and thousands of Canadians have applied for, and they will be receiving that tax credit back.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale. Ordered.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberal member for Ajax Pickering said that he would oppose this government's legislation that would make it clear to the courts that house arrest would no longer be available to those who commit serious and violent crimes. Crimes like aggravated assault, human trafficking, luring a child, and arson. Could the Minister of Justice please inform this House what failing to pass this important legislation could mean for the law-abiding citizens of Canada?
Minister of Justice.
I want to thank this member for his
for support of our tough on crime agenda, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it is true, Mr. Speaker. Anytime we introduce a bill that will get tough on crime, stand up for victims of law-abiding Canadians, 10 seconds later, Mr. Speaker, somebody from the Liberal Party opposes it, Mr. Speaker. Their soft on crime approach, Mr. Speaker, has always been a mystery to me. They should go home to their constituents, explain to their constituents why they support the current law that if somebody sets fire to their house, they should be able to go home to theirs, Mr. Speaker. This is just one more reason why, Mr. Speaker, anybody who worries about crime in this country should never support the Liberals.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre. Order.
Speaker, it was the culture of secrecy that allowed corruption to flourish under the Liberals, and no one was more sanctimonious about their ethical lapses than Rahim Jaffer and the Conservative coalition. But now that they're in power, it's still all about who you know and the PMO. In fact, it's even worse. These guys make Rock LaSalle smell like a spring day. Now, why did the Conservatives think there was nothing wrong with Rahim Jaffer's illegal lobbying until the public found out about it? Why did the Prime Minister only act swiftly and immediately after it hit the front pages of the newspapers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister received the allegations from the third party, he referred them to the relevant authorities. These authorities will reach their own conclusions. These allegations have nothing to do with government business. When the allegations from the third party came to our attention, we acted quickly and appropriately. I should add that none of these allegations from this third party involve any other MP, a minister, senator, or government employee.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the government's claim of no harm, no foul because Mr. Jaffer's illegal lobbying wasn't successful is laughable. It's like saying if you rob a bank and there's no money in the vault, then no crime took place. It's up to lobbyists to register their activities. We know that. But there's also an obligation on the part of the minister to live up to the spirit and the intent of the law. Exactly. The very law that they wrote, the very law that was the centerpiece of their legislative agenda. Maybe the minister needs to have his moral sextant recalibrated, Mr. Speaker. But why didn't he send Rahim Jaffer packing the first time he showed up with those...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable colleague for his carefully reasoned and thoughtful question. As he properly pointed out, we have a Federal Accountability Act which brought in place the Lobbyist Act. And that Lobbyist Act requires that anyone who carries out lobbying activities register and report those activities. If that member has any evidence that someone has broken those rules, I'm sure he will make an equally thoughtful submission to the lobbying commissioner so that it can be investigated.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, this government is doing everything possible to avoid shedding light on its complicity in the torture of Afghan prisoners. 8 days of hearings by the Military Police Complaints Commission may have to be cancelled because of the Conservative government's lack of cooperation. Is it not time to establish a public and independent commission of inquiry to finally shed light on the torture of Afghan prisoners? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The Honourable Member's got it completely wrong, Mr. Speaker. The MPCC and officials will continue to work with that group and provide all relevant documents, Mr. Speaker. There's a mandate put in place for the MPCC, Mr. Speaker, and the Honourable Member should have confidence in that process.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, Congolese President Joseph Kabila is insisting that UN peacekeepers start their withdrawal from his country as early as June. But the Democratic Republic of Congo is not ready for this kind of withdrawal, according to Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cormier and a host of NGOs. Will the government say yes to all those who want this mission to continue? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity this week to reply to a similar question from another colleague. And at that time, I said that Canada is among the nations that the UN Secretariat has asked to consider a command position. Canada is reviewing its capacity, and we are considering the request. When we have finished our consideration, we will provide information.
Member for Humber, St. Barb, Bay Verte.
Mr. Speaker, the Gulf crab fishery is made up of both traditional and new entrants alike. In recent years, former groundfish-dependent fleets were allowed entry into Area 12. But when the minister announced the 63% reductions in quota this year, rather than cutting the newer entrants first, a policy known as last in, first out, all shared the cuts proportionately and all shared the remaining quota, regardless of when they entered the fishery. Will the minister confirm that she will be consistent and apply this same decision to northern shrimp should quota reductions occur in that fishery?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this member will know that these decisions are always difficult decisions, especially when TAC or quota is cut. These decisions are reached after considerable consultation, both with industry and science, and that's what was done in this case, and we're following a precautionary approach and will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Humber St. Barb Bay Verte.
Integrity begs the minister to do exactly the same on northern shrimp should quotas and reductions occur as she did on Gulf crab. But now decisions have to be made because the fishery has not yet recovered from the turmoil of the global recession. The global economic crisis is still keeping lobster prices low, shrimp at rock bottom prices, and crab prices are suffering despite resource cutbacks. Why won't this government respond with a significant, comprehensive, and augmented economic assistance package for the fishing industry? And Mr. Speaker, I'll add, let me point out that should they spout off what they've done so far, they're saying nothing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know the minister will welcome his advice. At this point, there's no plan to provide some financial assistance, but we do allow some flexibility in the way that the rules regarding how the fishery is implemented, and we'll assist harvesters in that way. This member will also know that the Standing Committee unanimously supported a motion to take a look at the crab issue in Atlantic Canada, and perhaps these issues will be raised there. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London, Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, Parkwood Hospital in London, Ontario plans to close 72 veteran care beds. The problem is that veterans' hospitals are only mandated to care for World War II and Korean War vets. Does the Minister of Veterans Affairs have the wisdom to change the mandate for Parkwood and other veterans' hospitals so that Canadian Forces personnel and RCMP who have served in peacekeeping missions and combat deployments since the Korean War will be eligible to access the same benefits and services offered to earlier generations?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to bring some clarifications to this issue. Obviously, veterans are entitled to long-term care beds, and there are certain hospitals that specialize in this. We have fewer veterans at that elderly age, and therefore those beds are no longer being used. We are discussing with the local hospitals to deal with that. There is still room for veterans, but we're seeing if there are others that can use those beds as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Hamilton are outraged by Labatt's-owned Lakeport Brewery's complete disregard for the future job prospects of the 150 people they threw on the street. Not only are they closing the brewery, they are deliberately preventing other beer companies from restarting production and rehiring the workers. Mr. Speaker, why is the federal government missing in action? The Siemens and Lakeport closures mean 700 lost jobs, and this government hasn't lifted a finger to help. What exactly is the Conservative government going to do to help save these Hamilton jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, that's not true. As the Honourable Member knows or ought to have known, this matter was in fact referred to the appropriate body, which is the Competition Bureau. They did in fact review the facts of the case and declined to intervene because there is no reason to intervene in this particular case. The laws of the land are being upheld, and that is the matter of fact, Mr. Speaker. I was in Hamilton just 3 weeks ago announcing a project that our department is helping to finance that will grow 200 new jobs for Hamiltonians, Mr. Speaker.
member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, in an April 21st interview, Calgary Police Chief Rick Hansen echoed what our government has said all along, that the gun registry is just a placebo and that it hasn't really worked all that well. He also said that lawmakers should focus more on sentencing. Can the Minister of Public Safety inform the House what this Conservative government has done to address Police Chief Hansen's concerns?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question and his support. Mr. Speaker, through this government's Tackling Violent Crime Act, we ensured tougher mandatory jail time for serious gun crimes. We also eliminated the practice of awarding 2 and sometimes 3-to-1 credit for time served, ensuring that the punishment truly fits the crime, something the Liberals tried to block. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to introduce legislation to protect victims and law-abiding citizens of this country, and we will scrap the wasteful long gun registry supported by the opposition coalition of deceit.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, for 25 years, the Nova Scotia Gambia Association has sent workers, nurses and volunteers to help teach health awareness and education programs to the folks in Gambia and Sierra Leone. To celebrate their 25th anniversary, they were hoping to bring over some of their Gambian volunteers to Halifax. Unfortunately, their request for travel visas has been denied. Why aren't these humanitarian workers allowed to enter Canada to celebrate their success?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, I appreciate the question, Mr. Speaker, and we certainly do understand that people are disappointed when their visa applications are denied. Our responsibility, however, is to make sure that all visitors meet the requirements to come to Canada as set out in Canada's immigration law. Visa applications are assessed on a case-by-case basis. Visa officers review the specific facts that are presented by the applicant in each case, as well as in this one, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable
Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Although the Quebec government has just announced a $200 million contribution to implement a rail shuttle project for service between downtown Montreal and the Montreal-Trudeau Airport, we are still waiting for the federal contribution. Why did the federal government commit to provide funding for airport shuttles in Vancouver and Toronto, but it is still waiting to commit to funding for Montreal?
Ministre d'État.
Honourable Minister of State.
I thank the honourable colleague for his question. When it comes to infrastructure on rail and infrastructure on communities, we have had an unprecedented year of success. We're going to continue that, and his specific request we'll take under advisement, and we'll get back to him in due course.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, there's a treaty banning chemical weapons and one to ban biological weapons, but so far no similar effort has been successful to ban nuclear weapons, and the danger they pose can't be underestimated. Over 500 members of the Order of Canada continue to press the government in their campaign for the elimination of nuclear weapons. They've joined the UN Secretary General in calling for the negotiation of a treaty to ban nuclear weapons. Will Canada support a nuclear weapons convention? Better still, will Canada seek a leadership position in its negotiation?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, Canada indeed has played a leadership role. Last week, as a matter of fact, the Prime Minister was at the nuclear summit that was convened by the President of the United States, where Canada played an important role. We will also, Mr. Speaker, be participating quite actively in the non-proliferation nuclear proliferation discussions that will be taking place in a short time at the United Nations. This is the 5-year review plan. Mr. Speaker, Canada indeed has assumed its responsibility. Very proud to see, as a matter of fact, that we are taking that leadership role at the Members' Council.
Honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, this week is National Volunteer Week, a time to thank volunteers all across Canada for giving their time to make Canada a better place. Over 12 million Canadians give over 2 billion hours of their time each year for a variety of causes and activities. Can the Minister of HRSDC please inform this House what our Conservative government is doing to recognize and encourage volunteering?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government values very highly the important contributions made by volunteers right across this country. That's why we're bringing in the Prime Minister's Award for Volunteerism. That's why we're investing in projects that help seniors mentor the next generation of volunteers, and that's why we're investing in youth internships for non-for-profit organizations. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the volunteers right across this country who give so generously of their time and talent. To them, I and our government say a huge thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, everyone in this chamber knows that the Kairos funding cuts were both unfair and slanderous. It's therefore extraordinary when both the Canadian Council of Christian Churches and the Evangelical Fellowship of Canada come together, representing virtually the entire spectrum of Christian churches, and ask for a meeting with the minister in order to restore the relationship, quote unquote. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the minister, when will they get that meeting?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard this question many times from this member, and the answer remains the same. The criteria for the funding for Kairos is the same as the criteria for funding for anyone else applying for such funding. They did not meet the criteria. They did not get the funding. There was no surprise there, Mr. Speaker, and I'm surprised that this member keeps on asking the same question.
I'm afraid that will bring to an end our question period for today. The Honourable Minister of the Environment is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order relating to a matter before this House and before one of its committees. I'd like to inform the House that on Tuesday evening of this week, April 20th, I was advised that in April of 2009, a member of my staff in Calgary, Mr. Scott Winger, was approached by Mr. Rahim Jaffer. Their discussion involved representations by Mr. Jaffer on behalf of a company. On my instructions, Mr. Winger has forwarded the details of those discussions and the documents relating them to the Commissioner of Lobbying. The material was transmitted late yesterday, Mr. Speaker, April 22nd, 2010. The same material is being transmitted today to the Ethics Commissioner. No contract was ever awarded to the company. Mr. Speaker, I was not involved in those discussions in April of 2009, nor was I aware that they took place. As I have previously stated publicly, the only discussion that I have had with Mr. Jaffer in the past year and one half consisted of a 30-second discussion in this very building in early 2009 when I told him that I was not responsible for the administration of the so-called green funds. Mr. Speaker, I felt it was my obligation to so advise the House today. Thank you.
Tabling of documents. Depot.
Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Taves, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Investigative Hearing and Reconnaissance with Conditions. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Nicholson, appuyez.
Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Taves, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
By ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee of Justice and Human Rights. In accordance with the order of reference of Wednesday, April 14, 2010, your committee has considered Bill C-475, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, methamphetamine and ecstasy, and agreed on Thursday, April 23, 2010, to report it with amendment. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Conformément à son ordre,
pursuant to the order of reference of 14th of April, your committee has considered Bill C-475, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, methamphetamines and ecstasy, and agreed to same on Thursday, 25 with amendments.
merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, pursuant to Order 91.1, Paragraph 2. The report establishes the business of private members under private members' business and should not be designated not votable.
Conformément
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.1.2 of the Standing Orders, this motion is deemed adopted. Other the report.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. In accordance with its order of reference of Wednesday, March 3rd, 2010, the committee has considered Vote 15 under Parliament in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2011, and reports the same less the amounts voted in the interim supply. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wondering if we had unanimous consent to revert back to presenting reports for interparliamentary delegation reports.
Agreed. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34, I have the honour to present to the House 2 reports from the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association concerning a bilateral visit to New Zealand in December of 2009 and a conference in the United Kingdom in February of 2010.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions between the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That in the opinion of the House, April 23rd, which coincides with the birthday of former Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson, be recognized as the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Mass Atrocities, in tribute to his commitment to peace and international cooperation to end crimes against humanity.
Does the honourable member for Ottawa Centre have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
D'accord.
Agreed.
Motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton. I was just having trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present 2 petitions in the House. The first petition, signed by thousands of people across my riding and indeed across the entire country, asking Parliament to declare November the 11th a national holiday observed in all provinces and territories. And the second petition, asking the government to instruct Canada Post to maintain its post office system and consult with major stakeholders before making any changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon I have the pleasure to table a petition signed by people from my riding of Mississauga, Streetsville and other parts of the Greater Toronto Area who are concerned about the ongoing discrimination against Egypt's Christian citizens. They seek systematic change for justice and equality within Egypt. Those who have attached their names wish to call our attention to the evening of January 6, 2010, the Orthodox Christian celebration in Nag Hammadi, Egypt, which ended in violence, 6 murdered and 15 injured. This is only the most recent example of religiously motivated attacks. Sadly, this type of violence and persecution has become a common occurrence in Egypt over the last 30 years. Those who are victims feel unheard by their government, who they feel fails to dissuade this violence or take the necessary steps that are needed to be taken to reach sustainable change. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to demand justice and equality within Egypt. They call to intervene and pressure the Egyptian government in ensuring tolerance, freedom, and safety to its Christian population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, today I table a position asking the adoption of my Bill C-343, which helps victims of crime and their families, especially by extending the period of eligibility to EI and by allowing the families of victims to not go to work and still keep their job for 1 year. This will be voted on April 28th to be sent to committee, and on behalf of hundreds of my constituents and on behalf of the victims' families, I hope the House will support it. These signatures are added to the others which show the concern of citizens with regard to the families of victims, as well as the government's will to act as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Of petitions, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians are calling on the Parliament to adopt Canada's first Air Passenger Bill of Rights. Bill C-310 will compensate air passengers with all Canadian carriers, including charters anywhere they fly. The bill provides compensation for overbooked flights, canceled delays, and long tarmac delays. It addresses issues such as late and misplaced bags, and it requires all-inclusive pricing by airlines on all of their advertising. Legislation such as this has been in effect now in Europe for, well, actually since 1991, but in current form for the last 5 years. The question is, why should an Air Canada passenger be treated better in Europe than in Canada? In fact, in the current environment over in Europe, we find out they're not being treated the way they should be even under European law. Airlines have to inform the passengers of any flight changes, either with delays or cancellations. The new rules have to be posted at the airport. Airlines must inform the passengers of their rights and the process that they have to file for compensation. If the airlines follow the rules, they will not be paying any compensation. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the government to support Bill C-310, which would introduce Canada's first Air Passenger Bill of Rights. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is signed by dozens of Canadians and calls on the government to match funds personally donated by the citizens of Canada for the victims of the Chilean earthquake. On February 27th, the Speaker knows that a Chilean earthquake of 8.8 magnitude occurred. Southern Chile, the Chilean Canadian community has been mobilized with fundraising events, and they are wondering why this government does not give the same treatment to the victims of the Chilean earthquake as they have for the victims of the Haitian disaster.
Presentation of petitions, the Honourable Member for Nepean Carleton.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of constituents and citizens across the land who strongly condemn the terrorist violence targeted at Egyptian Christians. They demand full religious freedom, and they call upon this Parliament to speak out against human rights abuses and sectarian violence in Egypt. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government, this Prime Minister, stands with Egyptian Christians and other persecuted religious minorities in defense of religious freedom. And this group of petitioners calls upon our government to continue its strong record of conviction and dedication to the value of religious freedom in Canada and all around the world. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Humber St. Barbe Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to submit to the House the following three certified petitions from constituents in Humber St. Barbe that call upon the government to maintain the moratorium on post office closures and to withdraw the legislation to legalize remailers.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be quick. I am tabling 4 petitions today. The first petition, which is asking the Canadian government to support the Universal Declaration of animal welfare. Also another petition from constituents in my riding who are concerned about the new provisions in the Budget Implementation Act 2010, as well as the last report of the Auditor General on Crown Corporation's Canada Post, as well as a petition, 2 petitions in fact, concerning the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So they are asking the Canadian government to follow up on the Goldstone Commission's work, as well as a petition asking the Canadian government to ensure that an embargo is implemented with regard to Israel, Hamas, and other Palestinian groups that could be used to commit actions violating human rights law. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to present a petition to the House concerning a very serious issue, that of child pornography and victimization. Mr. Speaker, the petition reads as follows. We, the undersigned residents of Canada, draw the attention of the House to the following. That the creation, use, and circulation of child pornography is condemned by the clear majority of Canadians. That the CRTC and Internet service providers have a responsibility for the content that is being transmitted to Canadians. That anyone who uses the Internet to facilitate any sex offences involving children is committing an offence. Therefore, we, the undersigned petitioners, call upon Parliament to protect our children by taking all of the necessary steps to stop the Internet as a medium for the distribution of child victimization or pornography. Thank you, Mr. President.
Presentation of petitions. I believe the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre has a point of order. Oh,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, my mistake. Pardon me. I need to go to questions on the order paper first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q105 and Q106. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the following questions numbered Q96, Q98, Q99, Q100, Q102, Q103, Q104, Q107, Q108, Q109, Q111, Q112, and Q113 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately. Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number Q96, Q98, Q99, Q100, Q102, Q103, Q104, Q107, Q108, Q109, Q111, Q112, and Q113 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand. Agreed. So ordered. At this point, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order today to address the issue of Private Members Bill C471, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have raised concerns on this issue in the House, arguing that the bill needs a royal recommendation. The government contends that repeal of the Public Service Equitable Compensation Act, or PSECA for short, requires a royal recommendation because delegating jurisdiction to the Canadian Human Rights Commission and Tribunal to oversee public sector pay equity complaints is, and I quote, essentially a fundamentally new and altered purpose for those organizations, unquote. Mr. Speaker, we take exception to this argument on 2 grounds. First, this repeal is a restoration of the status quo. The Canadian Human Rights Commission and Tribunal have been charged with these precise responsibilities for nearly a quarter-century. This repeal hardly constitutes a fundamentally new and altered purpose for those organizations. They have the expertise and resources necessary to continue to undertake these responsibilities in the short term. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the PSECA has not yet come into force, meaning that Bill C471's repeal of that legislation would have limited impact on the ability of either the Public Service Labour Relations Board or the Canadian Human Rights Commission to carry out procedures relating to pay equity complaints. The government further argues that Bill C471 represents a cost increase to the Treasury, but nowhere in the 2009 budget does the government indicate that the new PSECA represents a cost savings. It is difficult to evaluate cost implications when the government provided no such information in its own policy change. Mr. Speaker, Bill C471 calls on the Government of Canada to ensure that all statutory oversight agencies are put in place by a specific date. The creation of statutory oversight agencies simply constitutes the creation of a framework under which a proper, proactive federal pay equity system could function. Expenditure of public monies and liability of the Crown need not be considered in the creation of such a timeline. The framework costs nothing, Mr. Speaker. And I'm reminded of 2 rulings made in 2006 which dealt with the Royal Recommendation, Mr. Speaker, in which you had ruled on both occasions there was no need for a Royal Recommendation. Members will remember your decision on Paul Martin's Private Members Bill C-292 regarding the Kelowna Accord, where you explained, and I quote, "The Kelowna Accord tabled in the House sheds light on the plan of action, but it is not clear whether the Accord could be implemented through an Appropriation Act, through amendments to existing acts, or through the establishment of new acts. From my reading, implementation would appear to require various legislative proposals." Unquote. Also, Mr. Speaker, in your ruling dated September the 27th, 2006, regarding Private Members Bill C-288 on the Kyoto Protocol, which had been brought forward by my honourable colleague from Honoré Mercier, you indicated, and I quote, "Rather, the bill seeks the approval of Parliament for the government to implement the protocol. If such approval is given, then the government would decide on the measures it wished to take. This might involve an appropriation bill or another bill proposing specific spending, either of which would require a royal recommendation." Unquote. So you see, Mr. Speaker, it will be the responsibility of the government to enact these changes in a manner that does not put a new charge on the Treasury. We cannot prejudge how exactly this framework will be established. Once the government establishes a pay equity framework proposed in this bill, cost implications would become factors to consider. And as this bill does not actually enact such changes, a royal recommendation is unnecessary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer also has a point of order.
This is a new point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we listened to the Minister of the Environment earlier. He confessed that he had discussions with Mr. Rahim Jaffer regarding certain projects. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that you should ask for unanimous consent, or I ask you to ask for unanimous consent in order that the Minister of the Environment can provide the documents he used or documents given to him. I would ask that he table them in the House. The Minister of the Environment. Agreed.
In response to the point of order raised by the member from Hull-Aylmer, it is the chair's understanding that the minister does not have has the right to table documents if he wishes, but does not have any obligation to do so. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
It is also my understanding, Mr. Speaker, that I may ask for unanimous consent for the minister to table the documents. Right? I mean, taking into consideration the intention of transparency that this House has, I think it would just be the proper thing for the minister to do. The Minister of Environment brought out these documents. He brought out the fact that he wanted to have a point of order to explain his position. Fine. We are seeking transparency, presumably at all times in this chamber, so this is a good opportunity for him to participate to this transparency.
In response to the honourable member from Hull-Aylmer, it is my understanding that what he is seeking is unanimous consent of the House that would require the minister to table those documents. Is that correct? It is my understanding that that request goes beyond
the scope of what this member can raise in a point of order. I'm sure that this decision will be reviewed, and if there's any change, I trust that the Speaker will return to the House with that. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Government House Leader is rising on the same point of order, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to perhaps help clear this up, I think the Minister of the Environment was very explicit during his short statement, his point of order following question period. Mr. Speaker, he did not quote from any documents. Perhaps that's creating some confusion in the mind of the member opposite. Therefore, if he didn't quote from documents, he's not required to table them here in the House of Commons. If requested. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall from the point of order made by the Minister of Environment that he's done the right thing at his earliest convenience, at the earliest opportunity. He rose in the chamber. He drew attention to this issue. He's stated unequivocally that he has forwarded the documents to the Commissioner of Lobbying and to the Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what more can be done. Obviously, the Minister of Environment has done the right thing.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer on the same point.
Yes, I thank my colleague for explaining that the Minister was not quoting from any document, although I was under the impression that he was reading from a document, but fine, he might not have been quoting. As far as doing this at the best opportunity, we've been talking about this for the past 2 weeks. I think the Minister must have known or should have known earlier than today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I will restate what I said before, that this will be brought to the attention of the Speaker. If there's any change, he will return to the House with that change. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons. Reprise du débat, deuxième.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-4. Sebastian's Law Protecting the Public from Violent Young Offenders.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. I believe that the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges had 17 minutes. So, the Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I had begun my speech before question period, but I would like to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to inform you that throughout the present session, veterans have been trying to get into Sainte-Anne Hospital. You've heard various colleagues speak on this matter, and I would like to speak on behalf of those who have debated for Mr. George Vias, who was decorated after the Second World War, who fought during the Second World War. I'd like us to take a moment, now that I have the floor, to inform the House that this gentleman died this morning. So I'm just getting the information to you, and I believe that my colleagues here in the House may want to relay their sincere condolences to the family. I will do so on their behalf. So I'll now continue my speech, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having listened to me on this point. Before question period, I said that people working for community organizations are also people and are first-line responders. In society, we advocate a prevention program and also programs based on rehabilitation and reintegration. We have to respect certain basic principles, and history proves us right. The crime rate in Quebec among young people has fallen dramatically, and Quebec has the best record in Canada for reintegrating people. It also has the lowest rate of repeat offenses. So that's good news. This Conservative government, out of pure ideological selfishness, is trying again to amend the essence of the Young Offenders Act. Although Bill C-4 has been amended, even if we were to compare it to the former bill, the Bloc Québécois wants to take the time to analyze thoroughly every clause of the present bill. We should point out that in 2003, the Appellate Court of Quebec, as well as the Supreme Court, invalidated a provision of the Act which had it that young people had to prove that they deserved a young person sentence. In other words, the worst punishment would automatically be handed down to young people. They had to defend against this and prove that they deserved a lesser sentence. In Quebec, there are young people who commit criminal acts. If they have done so, the Quebec hands down sentences. Looking at the situation in general, we in Quebec are able to put aside, we cannot put aside, rather, rehabilitation because it has a positive impact. In order to understand our position with respect to C4, it is as follows. First of all, this bill, as presented in the House, proposes that we punish young people according to the perception of the public. If we were to follow this logic, which is to make examples of these young people, prosecutors would have to justify their decision to not ask for an adult sentence when it was a serious crime. So the process is being reversed, taking it for granted that the young person should serve a sentence for adults without looking at his background. So this bill would allow judges to disclose the names of young offenders in certain cases, those who had been found guilty of violent crimes. And these young people, even after they had paid their debts to society, would be singled out and isolated by the public. And this would be very negative for the young person's rehabilitation. Rehabilitation takes time, and we have a very good success rate in Quebec. Judith Laurier, who's spokesperson for the Association of Youth Centres in Quebec, said, and I'm quoting her, "By taking away the publication prohibition, we find ourselves in a situation where a young person can be singled out and might have problems in reintegrating and rejoining society." And this is the real part of the bill that we disagree with strongly. Are we supposed to jeopardize the work being done with young people and young criminals in order to satisfy conservative ideology? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. We have to give people the opportunity to start over in life. The Bloc Québécois is useful in the House of Commons. Bill C-4 has been diminished somewhat compared to what the government tabled in 2007. This is because the Bloc Québécois studied it thoroughly and was able to suggest certain changes. As I mentioned in my speech, giving young people adult sentences isn't the best way to prevent serious crime. Quite the contrary. In Quebec, we act rather than react. We feel that society must intervene in areas such as poverty, inequality, and exclusion in order to avoid an increase in young people offending. We must be aware of the fact that for young people, but we must make young people aware of the fact that what they do has consequences. We have organizations that have developed programs that involve young offenders directly in their rehabilitation. Certain groups intervene in the same file because it's a young criminal. In Quebec, each case is managed according to its particularities. For a long time, Quebec has understood the importance of rehabilitation. Since 2002, the Territorial Services Directorate in Montérégie has brought together 300 people who represent institutions and community groups in order to offer effective programs to young offenders. Another example, in the region of Chaudière-Appalaches, a system has been put in place with various justice organizations, alternative justice organizations, in order to make the young person understand the seriousness of his action or her action. whether these are youth centers, social workers, or lawyers, all in Quebec agree that the Quebec model is an example for the entire world. We tend to favor rehabilitation and rejoining society. It's better for a young person to deal with experts in intervention, rather than hardened criminals. This week, I had discussions with police officers in my riding, Quebec police officers, and police from the Police Association of Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that they do not agree. They do not agree with the minister. And these police officers who work with young people believe in rehabilitation. Almost 18,000 young people in Quebec are monitored and are provided with services. There are young people in my own riding, some of whom are rehabilitated, and I thank all the people who have assisted them in this. Police officers, in most cases, will no longer have anything to do with these young people. They will no longer have run-ins with the law. They won't be seeing them because these people will have struck a new path in life. The Conservatives seem to want to give adult sentences to young offenders and young criminals. We in the Bloc feel that this bill has been slightly improved, and we have to give the government credit for that. But what I do blame the government for is that this legislation does not bear in mind the importance of rehabilitation and how it has worked in Quebec for Quebec young people, and that the Quebec model should be used in the rest of Canada. We have shown on various occasions that the Young Offenders Act, if it was inspired by recommendation made by Quebec interveners, it would have far more positive effects, far more sustained effects in Quebec and Canada. With respect to the legislation, the Sebastian Law, this is legislation that would harden sentencing for young people. Mr. Speaker, I think that there are very serious things lacking here. I think that having exemplary sentencing does not help with rehabilitating young people. There are various organizations and lawyers and people from youth centers and people who work with these young people who feel this way. And they help them during the second phase of their life when they're rehabilitated. Young people found guilty of various crimes can have, if they're sentenced as adults, can have trouble reintegrating. We in the Bloc Québécois want to study this bill. We want to study the bill. But if people refuse to modify it, if the Conservatives refuse to amend it for ideological reasons, this will be dragging society backward and not pushing it forward. We want programs that would favor eliminating poverty, exclusion, and social inequality. It's obvious that the Bloc Québécois is aware of the fact that these young people are committing offenses, and they should answer to the justice system. But measures must have a positive impact. It has to be more than rhetoric and fear-based fear-mongering. I think that the justice system for young people should be different from the adult system, and it should have as an objective to teach these people values.
Mr. Speaker, organizations such as the Youth Protection Branch and youth centers have managed to create effective programs in working with community organizations. We have a model based on social rehabilitation, and we believe in it. Thank you.
Commentaire, Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her intervention. near the end, Mr. Speaker, I think that she made a plea to the House to consider other priorities which are related in terms of crime prevention, and that's such as reduction of poverty, the linkages between poverty and crime. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, back in the last time that we had a recession, if you were to look at the charts tracking unemployment and property crime, tracked almost perfectly. And so that it should tell the government that there are many approaches to crime prevention. This particular bill, unfortunately, when they talk about prevention, they talk about prevention of programs after a young offender has committed an offense. And it appears, Mr. Speaker, that a bill such as this can't really go forward with that kind of an approach to crime prevention without having other legislation which clearly is directed at crime prevention, which is a more efficient dollar spent. And I wonder if the member would like to comment.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I just spent a day as a delegate at the Millennium Summit, and we discussed this issue. I also mentioned before the break that I spent a day with young people from my riding discussing homelessness. What my colleague has raised as an issue is quite important. I don't have statistics with me, but every time there has been an economic slowdown, there have been more difficult times for people because people lose jobs and so on. I don't have the statistics right here, but I know there has been an important impact in the sense of a higher crime rate. But these young people who steal or commit minor crimes of various sort, if we looked more closely at their background, there is an explanation for their behavior and why they have gotten into trouble.
Any commentator?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickelbelt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges for her remarks on this bill. Today, I heard a number of times that Quebec's model is a good example for the rest of Canada. I would like my colleague to tell us what the federal government could learn from the Quebec system. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Well, the government could begin by acknowledging the positive effects of rehabilitation on young people. The government should also take the trouble to listen to what the frontline workers and the police officers in Quebec have to say. They should listen to the lawyers and youth workers who deal with these young people. They should listen to the opinions and respect the opinions of professionals in Quebec. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Speaker what message she takes from the idea of calling this Sebastian's Law. It's about the murder of Sébastien, who the murderer was in fact tried in adult court, was given a life sentence. So it seems to me that demonstrates that the current legislation works well, because even if my colleague is in favor of rehabilitation and our current law goes in that direction as well, what message should we take from this title? The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. I appreciate the remarks of my colleague. I think he wanted to ask me a question because I paid tribute to him for his excellent speech on this same bill yesterday here in the House. I would encourage those listening to look at that speech and listen to it. He is asking me what the government's real intention was by calling the bill Sebastian's Law. In the committee, perhaps we could suggest a change to the title. It really has no correlation with the government's aim. As my colleague has said, the murder of Sébastien Lacasse, who is a resident of my colleague's riding, had a very serious sentence imposed and was tried in adult court. So there is nothing really that is applicable here. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Compton Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has talked about rehabilitation, and I believe that with this legislation it will be easier for young people to go to prison than to get help. These young people are being targeted. What about a young person who tries to change his or her life but has a criminal record? Will it not make it easier for organized crime to recruit members from among these young people? The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is interesting to hear that question from my colleague because young people at the forum actually talked about that. They said, Madame Faye, if the bill allows for publication of the names of these young offenders, then they are being made known to gangs and organized crime. I think that the professionals who have worked with these young people and have given them another chance at life, like I talked about in my speech, a chance to really get back into society and to succeed. I will be continuing to support these people. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier there was a speech by one of the members, and they referred to some statistic that about 40 to 50% of the inmates in the prisons across Canada suffer from what's called now fetal alcohol spectrum of disorders, or other alcohol-related birth defects. It would appear that if that is indeed the case, that this is a incurable but preventable affliction, that there should be something in the legislation dealing with youth criminal justice issues to address those who are where rehabilitation is not possible, Mr. Speaker. It's brain damage. And that there should be that other option of the courts and the provincial jurisdictions to provide the supports to those families and those individuals to how to cope and to deal with permanent brain damage. I wonder if the member is aware of any interventions or initiatives in Quebec in this regard.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. The issue of mental health is also a very important one. Although I would like to answer my colleague's question, I think he should really raise it at committee when the bill is considered there, because mental health is also an important point. But in the intervention strategies used for young people, each case is dealt with separately, and the protocol or the strategies used by professionals will do everything they can to rehabilitate these people. In cases where it is not possible, then perhaps the professionals involved could give us more information. I don't have enough time to get into that. Perhaps we need to hear from professionals about other strategies.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Melpac.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on Bill C4, an act to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act. Just to review, Mr. Speaker, this bill does contain a lot of amendments, numerous amendments, to the Youth Criminal Justice Act and the Youth Justice Regime, including changes to the general and sentencing principles of the Youth Criminal Justice Act. As our critic has indicated, we'll be supporting it at second reading and sending it to committee for further debate. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe very seriously that this needs extensive debate at committee, calling in witnesses to look at some of the impacts. Because I do have, although there's some good points in the bill, and I'll go through some of those. There's some. The bill raises some serious concerns about previous improvements that were made to the youth criminal justice system. My colleague from Halifax West, in his remarks in the House on this bill, I think he summed it up about right in only about 25 words, where he said, and I quote, "One thing that concerns me, though, is that when we hear the Conservatives talk about young people, most of the time it is about putting them in jail." End of quote. And I thought, that was appropriate. That was an appropriate comment because it seems to be where the changes in this act are really leading. It's all about penalty with this government so often, and never about rehabilitation. I mean, when you look at, we all have young people in our ridings. We see them across the country. I certainly seen a lot of it, Mr. Speaker, when I was Solicitor General, where you see, yes, young people in trouble. But was it always all their fault? Yes, they did. They did get in trouble. But some come from seriously broken homes. Some may have got on drugs and got in trouble. Some didn't have a chance in life at all. And, to just throw them in jail and throw away the key is this country is losing that potential. Yes, they got in trouble, but it's not just about penalties. It's about a social safety net, daycare programs, child care programs, literacy programs, education programs, working with young people to try and prevent them from getting into trouble, so that those young people have tremendous economic opportunity to benefit the country and themselves and raise families and so on, Mr. Speaker. So my point is that we have to be very, very careful here, that we do not get on this mantra, just build more jails, put them in jail, throw away the key, forget about rehabilitation and other social programs that can make such a difference in people's lives in terms of preventing a crime in the first place. And, we have just too many lost lives in this country as a result of, I think, governments not doing enough in other areas to assist people. So, Mr. Speaker, there are elements. There are elements of this bill that appear to favor punishment more than rehabilitation. We have, as a party, serious concerns about the bill, which presents sweeping changes to the youth criminal justice system itself. And while we support serious consequences for people who commit serious crimes, we believe that youth must be treated differently than adults. But I think, as my colleague from Halifax West said in his remarks, I think this bill goes to the heart of what this government's mentality is when it comes to justice. It's a justice system that's based more on penalties rather than rehabilitation. And I would just say to Canadians who may pay attention to these debates that in terms of our justice system as a whole, in terms of our country as a whole, as we compare ourselves with the United States, where do you feel safer walking on streets? In Canada, Mr. Speaker, where do you feel safer walking on a street? In Canada, Prince Edward Island's a wonderful place to be too, but in Canada or in the United States? And I think if you asked 1,000 Canadians, 998 of them would tell you any place in Canada. Yet, when you look at the two justice systems, in the United States, they incarcerate just about somewhere around 700, 690, 700 people per 100,000. In Canada, we incarcerate 106 or 107 per 100,000. So we incarcerate less people, but people feel safer on our streets. Yet the government wants us to go to the U.S. system of justice. That's what they're basically trying to do, Mr. Speaker, and that's just not the way to go. And in the youth criminal justice system, we need to emphasize prevention, rehabilitation, rather than just penalties. But when I talk about, Mr. Speaker, going basically the government's approach, throw them in jail, throw away the key. In fact, even within the prison system itself, the government is withdrawing itself from good programs that rehabilitate people. Why is questionable. I mean, what they're really doing is within the prison system itself, they're closing down the prison farms. I'm a farmer. There's several people in here. We all know how wonderful farmers are working with livestock, growing crops, how rehabilitative that is. But my colleague, the critic for public safety, and we did the government has announced they're going to close all the prison farms within Canada. Makes absolutely no sense at all. So my colleague, the Minister for Public Safety, and we did a tour of those farms. We were out west to the one outside of Winnipeg. We were at the Frontenac Institute and the institution and the farm in Kingston. Marvelous dairy herd in that operation. Good chicken and egg, good egg operation. We were at the Joyceville or Pittsburgh institution where they have an abattoir and a greenhouse. Greenhouse is already closed down. And we're at the Westmoreland institution just in Dalhousie, New Brunswick, with a wonderful dairy herd and egg-laying operation there. And I just want to mention, because I think this is one of the dumbest. They've made lots of crazy decisions as a government over there. But closing down the prison farms just makes absolutely no sense at all. We had a couple of committee hearings, Mr. Speaker, and the government, we didn't get. The sad part about the committee hearings was that we didn't get hardly any answers from CORCAN or government representatives. They just, I'll make a couple of comments. That others have said, just to fill you in on the issue. And the reason I'm mentioning prison farms, Mr. Speaker, on the Young Offenders Act, is because it goes to the attitude of this government that it's all about penalties, not about rehabilitation. And on the prison farms in both New Brunswick and Ontario, I've seen young, they're below 35 years of age. They're fairly young people. One individual told me, this was an older gentleman, but he went into the system when he was very young. He's been in that prison system for 31 years. And he said, I was a bad fellow. I did lots of crime. And I was a bad fellow even within the prison system. And the only time I really became a human being was when it happened to, after been in the system. He's in there 31 years now, but about 4 years ago he happened to get moved to the prison farm, the Frontenac operation, the dairy herd is called the Penn Farm, a herd that was established at the turn of the previous century, a herd that is in the top 20% of production in Canada. When you walk into that dairy barn, you look at the herd and you see the quality of cattle, and you see the care and attention that inmates are taking of those, are doing for those cattle, where they're actually making some equipment to assist downer cows. But my point in this individual is, what he said to me is that, you know, I never became a real human being until I got here to this farm to work with cattle. Tremendous rehabilitative impact. And again, here the government of Canada is throwing that opportunity away, just like with some of the things they're doing in this bill. They're throwing the opportunity away to make young people better people, to find the good qualities in them, and make them productive citizens in Canadian society again. Not throw them in jail, throw away the key, where if eventually they do get out, all they've done is make better criminals out of them. You need a system outside of the prison system, Mr. Speaker, to work with people, young people, preventive. And you also need a system within the prison system to work with folks who have done crime and are paying a penalty to rehabilitate them. But the thing that angered me most on the prison farm side of the equation is the attitude of who's now the former Minister of Public Safety, and he's Minister of Treasury Board today, but he did make it clear why facilities were to be closed. It was the opinion of the minister, no doubt the Conservative government as well, that the funding for these facilities and the farming skills acquired, quote, could be more adequately redirected to programs where people would actually gain employable skills, end of quote. And this is what we heard when it was at the Public Safety Committee with Corcan and Corrections Services Canada about the prison farms. They're saying, oh, those farm skills are not as important anymore. And one of the members of the Conservative Party tried to make the point that, you know, only 14 people come out of that system and got jobs on farms. Well, what about all the others that went through the prison farm system? They get jobs. What they learned from, you know, not everybody, you know, not every lawyer goes into law, Mr. Speaker. And what they learned in that prison system on the farms was discipline, getting up in time, doing work, managing their time. What they learned was farm skills, welding skills, other skills. They learned all kinds of skills that could be used in many occupations. And for this minister, you know, I can understand, because I'm agriculture critic, I can understand why a minister over there would say they don't value farm skills, because we know they don't even value farmers in this country by the lack of programs they're putting in place. But that's a subject, Mr. Speaker, for another day. Just a note on the Frontenac institution before I move back to the Act itself. The Frontenac facility has been described in the agriculture media as this, quote, "It ranks in the top 20% of Ontario dairy herds for management, is quick to embrace new technologies and make them work. It won Frontenac County's Most Improved Herd Award in 2005 with a jump of 147 points, and it supplies milk and eggs to Corrections Canada institutions in Ontario and Quebec. Its abattoir services 300 local farmers, processes 60 animals per week, and supplies 150 local butcher shops." That's a productive operation, Mr. Speaker. It teaches those inmates wonderful skills. And for the Government of Canada to be closing them down makes no sense at all, but it comes back to my original point that this government doesn't care about rehabilitation. This government only cares about penalties, and they're losing. They're actually going to lose. Once they're gone, once those farms are gone, they're gone forever. And there's many questions been raised by even the people in Kingston. You know, are they wanting to close that institution down there so they can sell off the assets to pay the massive debt that they've imposed on our children and grandchildren as a government? Or are they looking to build a super jail there and go the way that they've gone in the United States, where we build more jails in Canada, incarcerate more people, and adopt a system that has been found in the United States not to work? But let me come back to the bill, Mr. Speaker. The major provisions of Bill C4 are articulating that the protection of society is a primary goal of the Youth Criminal Justice Act. No problem with that. Altering pre-trial detention rules to make it simpler for judges to keep violent and or repeat offenders in custody prior to trial. Adding specific deterrence and denunciation to the sentencing principles for youth. Expanding the definition of what constitutes a violent offense. Allowing for more serious sentences for youth with a pattern of extrajudicial sanctions or so-called repeat offenders. And finally requiring the consideration of adult sentences by provincial Crown prosecutors for youth 14 and older, or 16 and older in Quebec, different strokes for different folks by this government, who commit serious offences like murder, attempted murder, aggravated sexual assault, and lastly, requiring courts to consider lifting publication bans on the names of young offenders convicted of violent offences, even when youth sentences are applied. So that's basically what some of the areas and some of those points we agree with. But on the negative side, Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate, and we're seeing, this government's been in power, 4 years now? 4.5, the member says. And each day it begins, each day 4.5, and another week it'll be another 7 days, and each day of the week that they're there, it begins to wear on Canadians more and more. It's just like an old machine getting rusty, Mr. Speaker, that's for sure. But it's unfortunate, what they've shown over their 4 years in government. It is a government that would rather create jail spaces than childcare spaces. There's no evidence to indicate that jailing more people works as a deterrent. And that's what I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, when I compared it to the United States. This analysis builds on that provided by other experts that the Conservatives have chosen to ignore. That just penalties, in and of themselves, is not the answer. You need systems, social programs that assist people, that help families in trouble, and you also need them within the jail system itself. This plan, in fact, along with some of their other so-called law and justice proposals, will lead to higher incarceration rates, increased costs for Canada's justice system, without significant improvements in Canadians' safety. And so, just to turn to a couple to close, Mr. Speaker, because I believe they make the point. To close on a couple of quotes from others who know the system well. Rick Linden, who's a criminology professor at the University of Manitoba, says the bill is designed more for political effect than to actually have much effect on crime. And that goes right to the mantra of this government. It's all about messaging. It's all about, and what have been saying? I believe it's a culture of deceit, we've called it in question period, just the odd time, Mr. Speaker, because that's what it's about with this government. It's all about messaging. Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. And it's all about messaging. And I see my time is up, Mr. Speaker. There's lots more that we could go on to say some of the defaults of this bill, but I'll close and turn to questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it seemed like I was listening to the member ad infinitum, but he, I thought we were talking about C4 for a while, but he strayed off into prison farms. And what he doesn't realize is that very, very, very few people are finding work in the animal husbandry business. That's because, of course, he and I both know that farmers are struggling. But what we do want to do, my riding being home to Canada's largest federal penitentiary, I can tell you a lot of good things are happening with the people who are serving time there. They're learning trades. Some of them are actually getting their ticket, sandblasters, for instance, and they're finding jobs in some cases before they leave prison. So they're learning a trade while they're in jail. They're getting an education so that they can get a better job to provide for themselves and their family. And I could go on and on and on and on, but the member from Malpeque should avail himself of some of Professor Martin, who appeared before the Justice Committee. Professor Martin from the University of Fraser Valley did say that sentencing does provide a deterrence, but I wonder if the member from Malpeque could tell the House when the protection of society should be given consideration when sentencing young offenders, and further, is he of the opinion that the protection of society should be continued?
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Of course, Mr. Speaker. Just to the last point first, the protection of society is extremely important, and it should be given consideration all the time, in fact. But there's many ways of considering that protection of society. One of them is having governments at both federal and provincial levels work on the preventive side, providing daycare, which that government took away, for instance, childcare and daycare, which that government took away. The other way to protect societies is to do, as I suggested earlier, have rehabilitation programs in place, that when people go into the prison system, that they come out rehabilitated. But what this government is emulating is the system in the United States, where you build more jails, throw them away. Now, the member from Quinte West talked about other skills. They're important. Of course those other skills are important. But what's also important is what people learn by working on the farm. I know we've got a government over there that doesn't care about farm policy, and I believe the member said farmers are struggling, and it is no wonder they're struggling, Mr. Speaker, because they're struggling. Last year, the government spent $900 million less on farm safety programs than the year before. The hog industry's in trouble. The potato industry's in trouble. The beef industry's in trouble. And we've got a government that just doesn't care. They don't care about farmers, it seems, any more than they care about the people they throw in prison. It's unacceptable.
Questions and comments on C4? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his insights. I think he's raised some interesting perspectives on approach to crime prevention and public safety, the related public safety issues. I wanted just to maybe advise him or remind him of a comment of the member from Marc-Aurèle-Fortin who said, and his characterization was that the government isn't interested in reducing crime, but rather trying to win votes by using slogans like "we're tough on crime." But what they've really done, and the member is well aware of this, is that we've seen these bills circulating and recirculating and coming in and being prorogued and then introducing them again at different stages and not really attempting to get any of them through. There doesn't seem to be a commitment, Mr. Speaker. I must admit, I think that the slogan, if it was a slogan to be adopted by this place, should not be a matter of being tough on crime, but of being smart on crime. And I think the member gave some examples, Mr. Speaker, of the experience of the United States versus Canada in terms of its incarceration rates and its level of public safety and the quality of crime prevention. I wonder if he'd care to comment.
The honourable member for Malpak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was getting over anxious to answer that question because it was such a good question, and it goes right to the point. The difference between the official opposition and the current Conservative government, and it is we want to be smart on crime. We do want to be smart on crime. We want to improve bills so that we have less crime. That people that commit crime, when they come out of the prison system, they're rehabilitated. That within the prison system there is the training systems and the policies to work with people to make them better and more productive citizens in Canadian society. But the member is absolutely right. He mentioned that the government really is not about reducing crime, but is really about trying to win votes. Something we haven't heard much of here lately, because, you know, they introduced, some of these bills have been introduced, 3-4 times? It wasn't the official opposition that prevented them from getting through. It was the Prime Minister himself with his proroguing of Parliament. And they went to great lengths to try and blame it on the Liberal-dominated Senate? But there was only one bill that was slowed up by the Liberal-dominated Senate, and the government tries to allege them all. But now what we have is a Conservative-dominated Senate. But we don't see the government coming forward. They still haven't brought them all forward yet, Mr. Speaker. They're still dragging their heels, because really it comes back to what we talked about earlier, the culture of deceit, Mr. Speaker. They want to be able to find another reason to go to the public to blame those big bad Liberals and try and message that we held them up, when really it's the Prime Minister that prevented them from getting passed, and they haven't even introduced some of them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the member, and he talked about anything but C4. Went off title continually, but he talked about this government going after the votes on justice issues, Mr. Speaker. When you really look at his comments carefully, what he's suggesting is Canadians don't know anything about justice issues. That he doesn't agree, the Liberal Party doesn't agree with Canadians wanting safer communities. What he's suggesting is the Liberals know how to be smart about justice issues. Like 2-for-1 credit for violent offences, Mr. Speaker. Canadians said absolutely not. This government changed that. So why would he call that type of ridiculous attitude toward justice, call it smart, and say that Canadians don't know what they're doing about justice issues, Mr. Speaker? Why would he disrespect Canadians in the way?
He doesn't care about Canadians.
In the way that he is, Mr. Speaker. He needs to stand up for the victims, not just the offenders.
Here.
The Honourable Member for Malpak.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Speaker! The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of the Environment is certainly off the wall today, but it goes to their point about messaging. You know, they want to try and attack the Liberals, rather than own up to their own responsibility that they haven't dealt effectively with this issue since they came into government. As I've said, this party on this side of the House does believe in smart policies to deal with crime. We do believe in penalties, but we also believe in pensions on the social side, and that government just withdraws the money all they can from social programs, whether it's with status of women or whether it's child and daycare, whatever it may be. They do not deal and assist those families who need assistance so that their youth can be more productive members in society. Instead, they go right to the penalty side. I guess I'd better add in this point, because I think it's an important one. Frank Adero of the Criminal Lawyers Association said, quote, "There is no evidence that more severe punishment does anything to reduce recidivism among youth." That's an individual who should know. And what the government of Canada has to do is listen to some of those folks who work within the system and build better policies around what they say, rather than their own attitudes, I guess, that don't make a lot of sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas will have his first 9 minutes today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we'll use those 9 minutes well. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C-4, an act to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act. Mr. Speaker, let me say from the outset that I've got very serious concerns about this legislation, and that won't come as a surprise to many people given my concerns about the approach of the Conservative government to criminal justice issues generally, and I've expressed that concern on many, many occasions here in the House. Mr. Speaker, there is a body of opinion, some represented here in the House and more broadly in the community, that the Youth Criminal Justice Act does require some tweaking. It's not an old piece of legislation. It's a piece of legislation that does need attention. There are people who think that there are some minor aspects of it that need some attention. However, Mr. Speaker, I think this bill before us goes way beyond tweaking and way beyond fixing the small problems with the Act that need that attention. I think it contains some very, very significant changes. Mr. Speaker, here's how some of the bill's key provisions have been described. This bill makes protection of society the primary goal of the Act. The bill adds denunciation and deterrence to sentencing provisions. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that that's a very, very significant addition. The bill requires the court to consider lifting the publication ban on the names of young offenders convicted of violent offenses when youth sentences are given. Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important to know that they've also changed the definition of violent offenses and serious violent offenses in this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the bill requires police forces to keep records of extrajudicial measures used to deal with young persons in order to make it easier to identify patterns of reoffending, and I'll speak about that more later. Mr. Speaker, the bill also detains youth charged with a serious offense while he or she awaits a trial. And the bill allows custody of young persons where they've committed an indictable offense for which an adult would be liable to imprisonment for a term of more than 2 years and has a history that indicates a pattern of extrajudicial sanctions. And finally, Mr. Speaker, among other provisions, there is a provision that requires offenders under the age of 18 who are sentenced to custody will be placed in youth facilities only, even if they receive an adult sentence. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that I think it's the last provision that's the one that's clearly supportable in this legislation. I think it marks a huge turnaround, a major turnaround for the Conservatives, and comes, frankly, after they blew it in the last election, when folks in Quebec in particular made it clear that they thought youth should not be doing time in adult prisons. And that, you'll remember, was a significant issue in the last federal election campaign. I am concerned, however, that the burden of implementing this provision falls to provincial governments, and the federal government hasn't indicated if it will assist them to assure it's fully implemented. Without that kind of assistance, it could easily be an empty promise. So even the best part of this bill, ensuring that youth aren't sentenced and serve time in an adult prison, could very well be inoperative without a specific commitment from the government to assist provinces to implement that provision. Mr. Speaker, I do have very serious questions about other provisions of this bill. Our justice system has always held that youth must be treated differently with respect to criminal justice issues. Children are not adults. We assume they don't have the same maturity as adults. We know they rarely appreciate the consequences of their actions when they break the law. The distinction between how we deal with adults and youth and child criminals must be maintained and not weakened. And I think this is a very important principle of our criminal justice system. It's particularly true, Mr. Speaker, when we limit the rights of children in other ways. For instance, we don't allow them to participate in the democratic process in this country until they're 18. So if we're treating children as adults in the criminal justice system, we're not giving them a say in developing the rules of that system until they become an adult. And I think that's an indication of the unfairness of this kind of proposal. Mr. Speaker, the bill makes a significant change to the goals of the Youth Criminal Justice Act. This bill would place protection of society as the primary goal of the Act, rather than accountability for the youth who are convicted, rather than the promotion of rehabilitation, and rather than support for crime prevention. There's no doubt that in criminal justice matters, the protection of society has to be a key goal. But I believe that making it the primary goal of the Youth Criminal Justice Act is a step in the wrong direction. We must never write off a young person. We must do all we can to ensure their rehabilitation after they've committed a crime. We must put the restoration of their relationship with their community after a criminal conviction as the key goal of our youth criminal justice system. If we want a primary goal or a key goal, that's the goal that should be in place. Placing the protection of society first, especially when the current Conservative government often uses protection of society as a euphemism for being tough on crime and more punitive, runs contrary to what youth criminal justice should be about. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's been some considerable debate already about this legislation. Here's what a recent Toronto Star editorial says on this issue. They say that this law would do is change the tone of our youth criminal justice system from rehabilitation and reintegration to punishment and public shaming. This is particularly troubling given the likelihood that the bill would do nothing to reduce crime, but may, in fact, turn more juvenile offenders into hardened criminals and cost taxpayers plenty to keep them locked up. The government says that it will make protection of society a primary goal of the legislation. But legal experts argue compellingly that this can't be done by tinkering with our criminal justice system. Harsher sentences, particularly for impulsive and immature young people, do not make offenders think twice about committing crimes, says criminologist and youth justice expert Nicholas Bala. Contrary to the government's assertion, this view is supported by evidence both here and in the United States, the poster child for tough-on-crime laws that have cost taxpayers billions without actually helping to reduce crime. So that's what the Toronto Star said in a recent editorial, and I think that they've used very strong language to say that this bill is about punishment and public shaming and not about rehabilitation and reintegration. I think is very, very troubling, Mr. Speaker. Other commentators have also been very critical of the bill. The Montreal Gazette looked at the changes to sentencing that are included in this legislation. They noted in an editorial that they had concerns about the provision that would allow the courts to take into consideration so-called extrajudicial sanctions. And here's what they said on that specific issue. They said, and I quote, "A sentencing judge would be allowed, for example, to take into account previous extrajudicial sanctions, warnings or referrals to community agencies that were not subject to a court hearing and did not result in a formal criminal conviction. By their very nature, extrajudicial measures do not involve a careful sifting of evidence or even the opportunity for a young person to mount a proper defense. To base a prison sentence on such informal interventions is contrary to the normal course of justice. The very goal of informal sanctions is to give young people another chance. No family would go along with extrajudicial measures if there is a risk they will be used against a youngster at any time in the future. In one fell swoop, an approach that has amply proven its worth could be undermined." So that's what the Montreal Gazette in an editorial said about the whole issue of how this government is proposing to use extrajudicial sanctions when it comes to sentencing a young person. And I think, again, it's very, very strong language and very, very troubling. Overall, Mr. Speaker, the Montreal Gazette gave a big thumbs down to this bill. In their editorial, they concluded, and I quote, "The thrust of this bill, unfortunately, is to move away from rehabilitation and towards retribution." And they also said, and I quote, "This legislation still appears to be driven by ideology and political showmanship, not by research or common sense." They say that it should go back to the drawing board. So, Mr. Speaker, there's another editorial board of an important Canadian newspaper that's looked at this legislation and in very strong language has criticized it and said, in fact, that it should be withdrawn because of the serious problems.
I must interrupt the member from Burnaby Douglas at this time. He'll have 11 minutes remaining when the House returns to this matter. The Chair is now prepared to rule on the point of order raised by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on December 10, 2009, concerning the requirement for a royal recommendation for Bill C-343, an Act to amend the Canada Labour Code and Employment Insurance Act, Family Leave, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Je remercie le Secrétaire.
I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for having raised this important issue, and I'd also like to thank the member for Joliette for his observations.
Concerns with respect to Bill C-343, the Parliamentary Secretary stated that, in his view, the bill infringes upon the financial initiative of the Crown. Specifically, he pointed out that the bill seeks to modify the Canada Labour Code to permit employees to take leave without pay for a number of family-related reasons. He explained that the bill would also amend the Employment Insurance Act in order to allow these employees to receive employment insurance benefits while on such leave for a period of up to 52 weeks, thus resulting in new government spending. Lors de son intervention, le député...
In his intervention, the member for Joliette argued that a royal recommendation is not required since the funds in the employment insurance account consist of premiums paid by both workers and employers and do not constitute government funds.
Examined the bill carefully, and it is quite clear that Bill C-343 alters the terms and conditions of the existing program under the Employment Insurance Act. The argument put forth by the member for Joliette regarding whether or not funds contributed to the Employment Insurance Fund constitute public revenue was addressed in the Speaker's ruling delivered on November 16, 2009 at debates page 6751, where it stated that essentiellement toutes les...
In essence, all monies received by the government, regardless of source, are deposited in the Consolidated Revenue Fund and become public funds, that is, funds of the Crown. The Constitution Act of 1867 and Standing Order 79 apply to these funds. Thus, a bill proposing a new or increased expenditure of public funds, that is, an appropriation, requires a royal recommendation. The Employment Insurance Program operates under this framework. The funds in question are public funds, and their management is subject to the financial initiative of the Crown.
Benefits to employees taking an unpaid leave from work for family-related reasons. Bill C-343 is increasing the expenditures under that Act. These expenditures would be paid out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund. As the House is aware, such provisions can only be put to the House for a final decision if they are accompanied by a royal recommendation as set out in Standing Order 79-1. Consequently, the Chair will decline to put the question on third reading of the bill in its present form unless a royal recommendation is received. Today's debate, however, is on the motion for second reading, and this motion shall be put to a vote at the close of the current debate. My understanding, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the usual practice of the House with regard to points of order, one of them would be that a question of whether a matter is a point of order has to do with whether or not it is inconsistent with our usual practices of the House. I'd like to refer to an incident that occurred at the end of question period just prior to routine proceedings when the Minister of the Environment rose, and I quote from the Blues, Mr. Speaker, "I rise on a point of order on a matter before the House and before one of its committees." Goes on to say, "I would like to inform the House that on Tuesday evening of this week, April 20th, I was advised that in April 2009, a member of my staff in Calgary, Mr. Scott Winger, was approached by Mr. Rahim Jaffer. Their discussion involved representations Mr. Jaffer had made on behalf of the company. On my instructions, Mr. Winger has forwarded details to those discussions and the documents relating to them to the Commissioner of Lobbying. The material was transmitted late yesterday, April 22nd, 2010. The same material is being transmitted today to the Ethics Commissioner. No contract was ever awarded to the company. I was not involved in those discussions in April 2009, nor was I aware that they took place. As I previously stated, public policy stated publicly, the only discussion that I have had with Mr. Jaffer in the past 1.5 years consisted of a 30-second discussion in this very building in early 2009 when I told him that I was not responsible for the administration of the so-called green funds. Mr. Speaker, I felt it was my obligation to so advise the House today, close quote. Mr. Speaker, what the Minister rose to do was not to raise a point of order, but rather, in my view, was to make a ministerial statement, which is a specific item under routine proceedings. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, ministerial statements usually are accompanied by notice to the other parties so that representatives of the other parties can make due representations and equivalent statements in the House related to the matter of the ministerial statement. So my point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that I believe that the matter that occurred was in fact not a point of order, but rather a ministerial statement, and that should be corrected, and the opposition party should be given the opportunity to make representations to this place with regard to the statement by the Minister of the Environment.
The Chair appreciates the point of order raised by the member of Mississauga South. It will be considered, and the Speaker will return to the House on this matter if necessary. It being 1:37, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-343, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Employment Insurance Act, family leave.
For Saskatoon-Muskaywan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to you and the House for this opportunity to speak to Bill C-343 that was introduced by the Honourable Member from Compton-Stanstead. That legislative proposal, that private members' bill, would provide leave and benefits to federally regulated workers whose family members have been victims of crime. It calls on Parliament to amend both the Canada Labour Code and the Employment Insurance Act. Mr. Speaker, all members of this House want to support victims of crime and their families. The question is whether or not this bill provides as comprehensive a solution as our Conservative government believes that it should. As mentioned by the Parliamentary Secretary previously, our government cannot support this bill as it currently is drafted. To do so would be to support a bill that lacks the scope to address the full nature of this very important issue. To the families who, as victims of violence, are struggling with the loss of a loved one, to the children who have suffered serious injury as the direct result of a criminal offence, to those who have had to live through the nightmare of a child going missing, and to those who have lost a spouse, a common-law partner, or a child to suicide. As a father of 4 children, as a grandfather with 8 grandchildren, I personally empathize with you, and I sincerely recognize your pain and your hardship. Looking after the needs of citizens who fall victim to crime is a priority of this government. It's a pledge we made in the 2007 speech from the throne, indicating, and I quote, that in addition to tougher laws, our government will provide targeted supports to communities and victims. In the 2010 speech from the throne, we gave a fair bit of detail about what we plan to do this spring. And I will quote from this speech when it said, our government will offer tangible support to innocent victims of crime and their families. It will give families of murder victims access to special benefits under the employment insurance. It will also introduce legislation to give employees of federally regulated industries the right to unpaid leave if they or members of their families are victimized by crime. And our government will introduce legislation to make the victim surcharge mandatory to better fund victim services. End of quote. Through Budget 2010, the government proposed facilitating access to EI sickness benefits for eligible workers who have lost a family member as a result of a crime. Also, to further demonstrate our government's commitment to ensure that the men and women who put themselves in harm's way have the programs and services they need, this measure will also be extended to immediate family members of military personnel who died resulting from a service-related injury. Already our government has taken decisive steps to better support victims of crime. This includes investing $52 million over 4 years to provide programs and services that deal directly with the needs of these victims. We also created the Office of the Ombudsman for Victims of Crime, which is promoting the concerns of victims and ensuring that victims can gain access to federal services and programs. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker, that supporting victims of crime is consistent with this government's overall strategy to tackle crime and to strengthen the security of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to highlight the current provisions of the Canada Labour Code and the EI Act that provide access to certain types of leave for victims of crime. For example, under the Canada Labour Code, a federally regulated employee who is a victim of crime or whose family member is a victim of crime may be entitled to unpaid leave under one of the current leave provisions, including sick leave, compassionate care leave, and bereavement leave. Also, certain employees may be eligible to receive EI benefits through the EI Act. Although the EI program does not provide benefits explicitly for those affected by violent crimes, persons affected in this situation are eligible for up to a maximum of 15 weeks of EI sickness benefits if they are unable to work due to health reasons, and that includes stress caused by the injury or loss of a loved one. In addition, EI compassionate care benefits are available to eligible workers who take a temporary absence from work when an individual considered to be a member of that family falls gravely ill and is at significant risk of death. Unlike what is proposed in Bill C-343, although well-intended, these measures that we just suggested to you, these measures apply to more than just workers in the federal domain. They apply to all workers in insurable employment, and thanks to our government's recently introduced Fairness for the Self-Employed Act, the special EI benefits I have outlined, including sickness, compassionate care benefits, they have also been extended to self-employed individuals who opt into the program.
Very important.
It's also important to point out that the provinces and territories are largely responsible for the administration of justice. All provinces except Newfoundland and Labrador have some form of compensation program for victims of crime and their families. While the compensation available under these provincial programs varies from province to province, one type of compensation that is commonly available is for lost earnings. It's also worth noting that several of these compensation programs are more generous than what could be offered through the EI program and provide more broad-based coverage. I would point, in fact, to the example of Quebec that has set for the rest of Canada a good example in the comprehensive way that they approach supporting victims of crime. This legislation sets a strong benchmark to compare other legislation to, and I believe the members across the way, and that member in particular that introduced this bill, I think was headed in the right direction when she borrowed heavily from that particular text in Quebec. To sum up, Mr. Speaker, our government has sincere sympathy for the family members of victims of violent crime. Our legislative record demonstrates that we're continuing to work in this area to improve services and to improve support. Mr. Speaker, although I and our party, we cannot support Bill C-343 as it is currently drafted, I respect the good intentions of the member opposite, but as I've indicated in my remarks today, the government believes in a more comprehensive approach. Such an approach can only be accomplished through a different piece of legislation, and that legislation will be forthcoming from this government.
Very good.
I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that introducing new leave provisions, including unpaid leave for victims of crime, will be a part of that proposal as it was promised in the speech from the throne. I would echo the call of the Parliamentary Secretary for members of this House to be patient for a short while, to wait for the proposal of the government to be tabled in this place. Then members can choose which proposal is more comprehensive in its approach on this particular important issue. We all want to support the victims of crime, and I believe all parties will be pleased when they see the measures that the government is going to unveil in the days ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well for your time.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in the House today to take part in this debate at first reading, or second reading rather, of Bill C-4, an act to amend an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Employment Insurance Act, family leave. It has 4 parts. There are 4 pieces of legislation under the Labour Code that would have to be changed, and this has to do with workers who have to leave their workplace under exceptional circumstances. If their common law partner or child died due to criminal actions, or if there is a tragic incident where one of their children disappears, or if a child commits suicide, or if their minor child cannot take part in regular activities, i.e. doesn't have a normal life. Besides, according non-compensated leave, the bill would change the EI Act to see to it that these people get money for a certain period of time. There is no mention of the possibility for a federal employee to get non-compensated leave when someone has lost a loved one, especially in circumstances I mentioned earlier in my speech. We have to review and reinterpret the legislation according to the constantly changing needs of society, because we should be concerned by families who have been sorely tested by tragic incidents, tragic death or suicide, be it a spouse or a child. And we also believe that the victims of violent crimes who have been seriously wounded need to be cared for by their next of kin. Things have been changed greatly. More and more spouses and children work outside the home, and women work often as much at home as they do at their compensated job. We should make sure that they can leave their workplace for a certain amount of time, especially for the very serious reasons I've mentioned. Other things have changed in our society. Our legislation has always had as its objective the punishment of perpetrators, but until recently very little attention was given to the critical state of the victims of crime. They're dealt with in an unequal way, and this has, although the differences in crime have led to different sentences, and I think that this should also hold for victims' rights, and they should be considered in the same perspective when a victim or when a person's child or spouse has fallen victim to a crime or has been involved in a tragic incident. Our EI system and our Labour Code no longer respond to the needs of Canadians, of whom the great majority work without salary. When a child or a partner dies, this is traumatizing, and anyone close to the victim of a crime knows that they may have to stay away from work, and they need EI benefits to provide some relief. Mr. Speaker, we have proposed funding through the compassionate leave. It would allow employees, whatever the employer, employees who had to leave their job, to take a part of a very sick relative or a dying relative. They are given they would be given 6 weeks to care for, and they would also have another 8 weeks of job protection. And there would be criteria for those who had to leave work that would allow them to keep their jobs, especially if it was a spouse or a child who was dying or seriously ill. Bill C-343 is part of this way of seeing things because it would allow us to help families in very exceptional cases for family reasons, and this through our EI system, as well as through the protection of the Canada Labour Code. It's quite natural that the federal government should be involved because the government would also act as an employer and as a model for other employers. This bill will be studied in committee, which will allow the House to review the whole idea of family leave, which already includes parental leave, compassionate leave, and maternity leave. At the present time, these various parts of the legislation sometimes are confusing. We expect that this Conservative government should put forward to Canadians, following what it declared in the throne speech, we expect that it work to make sure that legislation isn't opposed to the fundamental principles of Bill C-343. Mr. Speaker, the reason for this bill seems very well founded, but certain elements have to be studied in greater depth. We propose that the next of kin be spouse and children, but what about the mother or father, the death of the mother or father of the employee? And there is also the duration of unpaid leave. There is a certain amount of leave, 140 weeks of leave, for a child who is seriously injured or dying. And there is also leave for someone who loses their spouse or their child, loses this child or spouse to a criminal act. And also they would get leave if a child is missing. There are questions about the duration of uncompensated leave under the Labour Code, Canada Labour Code, and the Employment Insurance Act. They can apply for compassionate leave, but that's only 6 weeks, so 42 days, and only 8 weeks of job protection under the Labour Code. We have to make these forms of leave more consistent. This is what is put forward in Bill C-343, and I believe that Quebecers are already protected by Quebec legislation in these circumstances. We have to look at the Quebec legislation more closely to determine what aspects of that legislation could inform our discussion at the Human Resources Committee. When you read the newspaper or watch the news on television, we often hear terrible news about the death of a person because of a criminal act, or about events where an entire village or town volunteers to help the police find an 8-year-old child who suddenly disappeared after leaving school. Canada is not a country where people are afraid to walk in a park on a Sunday afternoon, but there are crimes, and we have to recognize through Canadian legislation that the state must help the victims of crime and their families. Mr. Speaker, I will vote in favor of Bill C-343 so that it can be studied in committee, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead for her initiative, for her private member's bill.
For Barnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to speak this afternoon to Bill C-343, an act to amend the Canadian Labour Code and the Employment Insurance Act, Family Leave. And I want to thank the member for Compton-Stanstead for tabling this important legislation. This bill amends the Canada Labour Code to allow employees to take unpaid leave from work for the following family-related reasons. A, the inability of their minor child to carry on regular activities because the child suffers a serious physical injury during the commission or as the direct result of a criminal offense. B, the disappearance of their minor child. C, the suicide of their spouse, common law partner, or child. And D, the death of their spouse, common law partner, or child during the commission or as the direct result of a criminal offense. The bill also amends the Employment Insurance Act to allow these employees to receive benefits while on leave. Mr. Speaker, I want to say very clearly that I support this bill, and I think it's a very important improvement to our social service network here in Canada. I support this bill because I believe that it's a significant measure that actually helps people who are victims of crime. And we hear a lot of talk in this place, and especially from the Conservatives, about supporting victims of crime, but here we have a measure that's of real and tangible assistance, and I think it's very, very important to note that the member for Compton-Stanstead has gone out ahead of the pack, ahead of the government on this issue, and developed an idea that has real meaning for victims of crime. Helping people in these circumstances when someone they love, a child, a spouse, or partner, is directly affected by a criminal act, or when they take their own life, is most appropriate. It's one of those areas where we, working collectively as a community, can act to be of significant assistance. Ensuring that people have time, that their employment is protected, and that they have income while they deal with the consequences of a serious crime is a good thing. And I think the member for Compton-Stanstead put it very well in her speech, and I want to quote what she said. Here's what she said. "We know very well that suicide, violent crimes, and disappearances are tragic events that are very difficult for the families of victims. These events cause great psychological distress for many relatives and parents. The victims' families wait and worry, mourn, and frequently feel depressed, often over extended periods of time. In cases of murders and disappearances in particular, more than 2 years can pass between the criminal act and the resolution of the investigation. During this period, family members are deeply affected. They cannot pursue their regular activities. They have access to support and help, but they have no financial support. Additional financial worries are the last thing they need." And I think the member put it very, very eloquently in that quote from her speech at the first hour of debate on this bill, Mr. Speaker. We know that there are many, many needs associated when families are victims of crime in our society. And we know that there are many ways we can offer assistance. We know that there are gaps in that assistance. And this bill goes a significant way to fill one of those major gaps. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are some people who would say that we can't afford such a measure, and I think we've heard that kind of commentary from the government benchers. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, I think, in fact, we can't do without it. We can't afford not to do it, and I think it's very, very important. Others will say that it's too generous, that it places too much of a demand on employment insurance resources, and I just think that's nonsense. We know that in the past, the federal government has collected far more in EI premiums and employer contributions than was ever spent on the program. $57 billion, I think, is the figure to be exact, Mr. Speaker. That money could have easily been spent on improving the EI program, protecting workers, supporting families and communities. But no, Liberals and Conservatives used it to pay off the deficit that they were responsible for running up. We could have had a program that supported workers during a recession. We could have expanded EI to assist workers when their families were victims of crime. But no, we took that money from workers and employers when we said we were going to use it for EI and used it for another purpose altogether. That wasn't right or fair. This bill before us today shows us an appropriate use for the EI fund. I doubt that few workers, when pressed, would not support helping others in the way that this bill proposes. Mr. Speaker, the current Conservative government seems to be heading down the road again, where we're increasing premiums for workers and for employers, increasing the payroll taxes that they pay for EI. That's a measure that's been announced in the recent budget and will come in the coming year. Employers and employees will pay more into the EI program starting next year. They're again building a new surplus in the program, and it's predicted to balloon to $19 billion in only a few years. This might be okay, Mr. Speaker, if this money was being directed towards improvements in the EI program, but there's no guarantee of that in what's been proposed. If more people were made eligible for EI, if the qualifying periods were reduced, that would be a good thing, but that's not what's going on here. If the benefits that are paid to unemployed people in Canada were improved, that would be a good thing. But again, that's not what's being proposed with this, this increase. If the waiting period was eliminated, that would be a good thing too, Mr. Speaker. But again, that's not being proposed by the government with their increase in these payroll taxes. So we know that that's not the intention of what's going on with the increase in EI premiums. And again, we're about to face 800,000 Canadians ending their EI period, ending their EI claims, coming off EI in the next few months. And there's no program in place to extend that, no program to continue or extend support for those people. And many Canadians are going to be in crisis as a result of that. You know, if we were using the resources that are collected from Canadian workers and employers to improve the EI program, that would be one thing, Mr. Speaker, but there's no plan to do that. I think Canadian workers and employers would accept increases if they knew that there was a benefit to be had, if there was a benefit to workers who might lose their job, if there was a benefit to employers to ensure that the people that work for them are taken care of, if there was a benefit to communities who ensured that people continued to have an income to spend in those communities, to support other businesses, to support local economies. I don't think there's much question that Canadian workers and employers would support that kind of program. This bill provides a very specific benefit. It provides benefits to workers and families who've been victims of crime. And we know that that's a very significant moment in anyone's life, and it is a time when they can use all the support and consideration that can be mustered for them, and this bill would be a significant addition to that. We know that employers would benefit from this kind of measure because employers wouldn't necessarily lose an employee in whom they've invested, in whom they might have invested training, who knows their business, who knows how to do the job. And if they are the victim of a crime and are forced to leave that position, there's a loss to an employer, a loss to a business in that situation. And this bill would help to ensure that that doesn't happen in the future. And this bill would also assist communities because communities want to help people who are in these circumstances. They want to make sure that their neighbors are taken care of. They want to make sure that the people next door have the support they need when this kind of tragedy strikes them. And this bill would provide those benefits. So I think it's a very significant measure in that way. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the Canadian Labour Congress has supported an earlier version of the bill. I'm sure that they support this bill too because they know that it is a measure that supports Canadian workers and improves the lives of Canadian workers and communities. They know that it supports the Canadian economy, that it supports Canadian employers, in fact, and that's why they have given this measure their support. Mr. Speaker, we know that it is of limited scope. The Canada Labour Code, unfortunately, only affects certain workers in Canada, workers in federal jurisdiction, people who work in transportation, communications, and banking, for instance. But this will set a new standard for supportive workers and one that hopefully other provinces will copy. We know Quebec has certain programs in place already, but this will stimulate activity to support families and workers who are the victims of crime in other jurisdictions. And I think it's a measure that we should move forward on. So again, I want to thank the member for introducing this legislation, and I'm happy to say that I'll be supporting it.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. With her right to reply for 5 minutes, the Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say at the outset that I thank the Liberals and NDP for supporting me. You have to have a child that has been lost in order to understand. I lost a niece in an accident. It is very hard. Victims of crime are even in a more difficult situation because it is not natural. And that is why my bill talks about families of victims, the mothers, fathers, and partners. It is not easy to go through that period. We talk about money here, and that is true. But what value can we place on the life of a person? Families need psychological help. They need financial help to get through the very difficult year ahead. If someone does not have money for housing, for food, then depression can set in. After 6 weeks at home, it is impossible to go out and back to work. I say that as a mother. I think if I lost one of my daughters, it would be the worst thing that ever happened to me. We have to help people with financial assistance so that they can get through the crisis and get back to work. In response to my colleague from the NDP party, when somebody goes back to work, then after 8 weeks or 15 weeks, somebody may have their depression later. We know that for employers it can be difficult. This bill, therefore, protects employers and employees for up to 2 years. Employers can find a 2-year replacement, and the employee can decide that after a year, for example, maybe it is time to go back to work, but as a human being, the person can get through this crisis and take up to 2 years. Everyone has lost a loved one, whether it is a parent or someone else, and so everyone understands what this bill is about. I worked for a long time with my sister, lived through, and I'm sorry that the Conservatives don't understand that. I understand what my daughter went through when she lost her friend. Families find this very difficult. We estimated the cost at $40 million. The Conservatives at $400, and we did a study, and we came up with about $40 million, in fact, even if that isn't what the Conservatives are saying. We need to think about families, Mr. Speaker. There are other children in the family. If they lose a brother or sister and the family becomes depressed, then that child has lost not just a brother or sister, but also his or her parents. When there are financial problems, then people tend to argue, there is tension, and it is very difficult. I only have 1 more minute to convince the Conservatives, don't think just about money and about military equipment. You have to think about the families, the mothers, fathers, and partners. And speaking about children, I have to say that, do you really think, Mr. Speaker, that as a mother, I am going to sit beside a pedophile and vote against children? I think the members across have to use their heads if they have one and look at this, because I think it is just rhetoric on their part. Just take 2 seconds and think about families, and I know that I have to stop now. Perhaps in your stony hearts you will find some support for this bill.
La Chambre.
The House. Is the House ready for the vote? The question is as follows. Ms. Bonson, seconded by Ms. Gay, moves that Bill C-343, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Employment Insurance Act, Family Leave, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. No. In my opinion, the nays have it. Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, deferred recorded vote will take place on Wednesday, April 28th, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
2:13, the House stands adjourned until Monday next at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.